announcement?
Yes, Honourable Prime
Madam
Minister.
Speaker, it is with sadness that we learned of the demise of Mr. Marie-Cyril Eddy Boissaison, former Vice President of the Republic, Minister and Member of Parliament, who passed away on the 1st of November of this year at the age of 73. Mr. Boissaison was born on the 28th of March 1952 in Bellon. He did his primary schooling at the Visitation RCA School and his secondary education at the Saint-Joseph College in Cupid. He earned 3 diplomas in purchasing and supply, management and business practice, and went on to earn a bachelor's degree in business management from the University of Leeds in England. Mr. Boissaison had a distinguished professional career in the private sector, holding numerous positions. He served as an accounts teacher at Saint-Joseph College, a bank officer at Barclays Bank International Limited, and later as purchasing and supply manager at Scott & Company Limited, and then human resource manager at Rogers Food Cluster. He was also an executive director of Atix & Company Limited and a member of and logistics consultant at the Rogers Group Pension Scheme. Madam Speaker, Mr. Boissaison's political career started in 1991 when he was elected as municipal councillor and subsequently became deputy mayor of the town of Vaqua Phoenix, a position he held until 1993. In 1995, he stood for the National Assembly elections for constituency number 12 under the banner of the Alliance Parti Travailliste MMM, and he was returned as second member. He then contested the 2005 National Assembly elections in the same constituency, that is Mayberg-Plaine-Maillan, under the banner of the Alliance MSM-MMM, but he was not returned. In December 2014, Mr. Boissaison ran for the National Assembly elections for constituency number 15, La Caverne-Phoenix, under the banner of l'Alliance Le Peuple. He was elected as third member of the said constituency. He was appointed Parliamentary Private Secretary in December 2014, and in January 2017, he was appointed Minister of Civil Service and Administrative Reforms, a position which he held until 2019. In 2019, Mr. Boissaison stood as a candidate of the l'Alliance Mauricien at the National Assembly elections in constituency number 17, Cupid Midlands, but he was not elected. On the 2nd of December 2019, he was elected Vice President of the Republic of Mauritius by the National Assembly. He was also elevated to the rank of Grand Officer of the Order of the Star and Key of the Indian Ocean on the same day. In 2022, he was conferred the Visionary Award for the Chinatown Foundation. Madam Speaker, Mr. Boissaison will be remembered as a highly respected gentleman with a profound sense of humility. He entertained a very close relationship with friends, regardless of their political affiliation. May I request you, Madam Speaker, to kindly direct the Clerk of the National Assembly to convey the deep condolences of the Assembly to his wife, his children, and all those afflicted by the passing away.
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I join
Deputy
with what
Prime Minister. I'm sorry.
I join with the Prime Minister. We have all lost a very, very nice human being, and it is with real grief that we say the best courage that they can find to his wife, his widow, and his children. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the opposition, Madam Speaker, I wish to associate myself to the tribute paid by the Honourable Prime Minister to late Mr. Eddy Boissaison, former Vice President of our Republic, whom I have known personally when he was a member of this National Assembly and serving the country as PPS and then Minister. He was a committed person and he served our country with dignity and honor. Despite his stature, he never lost the common touch. He had a gift to connect to people, and he had a way to make people feel special, Madam Speaker. He left us with the same dignity and honor. Madam Speaker, may I request you to direct the Clerk of the National Assembly to convey our deep condolences to the bereaved family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I associate myself with the tribute paid to the memory of the late Marie-Cécile Eddy-Boissezon, former Vice President of the Republic and former Member of Parliament, by the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and I direct the Clerk to convey the deep condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family.
Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Your private notice question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister of Finance, Minister for Rodrigues and Outer Islands. Whether in regard to the charter flight of Trans-Ocean Airways from Madagascar, which landed at the Sersiu Sagar Ramgulam International Airport on the 12th October 2025, he will, for the benefit of the House, obtain from A, the Commission of Police and the Financial Crimes Commission information as to whether any inquiry has been initiated thereinto, and if so, indicate the outcome thereof and who has been interrogated as at to date, and B, Airport Holdings Limited, the names of the chairperson and members of the board of Jet Prime Limited, indicating in each case the allowances and benefits drawn, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Your Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I wish to refer the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to my reply to private notice question on the 28th of October 2025, wherein I informed the House of the circumstances in which the unscheduled private flight, not a charter flight as mentioned by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, of Trans-Ocean Airways from Madagascar has been authorized to land in Mauritius on the 12th of October 2025. A copy of the report of the Secretary of the Cabinet and Head of the Civil Service was dated the 14th of October 2020, was tabled during that private notice question. Madam Speaker, as regards to Part A of the question, the police started an inquiry into the circumstances that led to the landing of the private jet immediately after the publication of the report of the Secretary of the Cabinet and Head of the Civil Service. I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that so far 37 persons from all parties and institutions concerned have been interrogated and 52 statements were taken from them. These include Jet Prime Limited, the Department of Civil Aviation, the Customs Department of the Mauritius Revenue Authority, the Passport and Immigration Office, the police, the Airports and Mauritius Company Limited, and the staff of the Prime Minister's Office. The inquiry has reached a critical stage, and the Honourable Member would appreciate that it would not be in the interest of the efficient and proper conduct of the investigation for the names of each person interviewed to be divulged. These statements have been taken over a period of less than 1 month under the supervision of the Deputy Commissioner of Police for Crime. Without prejudice to the eventual outcome of the inquiry, as I have stated before, it is clear that this was a pre-planned operation involving several people, both at the level of Jet Prime Limited and some private operators. I'm informed that on the 13th of October 2025, the Financial Crimes Commission initiated an investigation on the arrival of the private jet belonging to Zodiac Group on the 12th of October 2025 at the SSR International Airport. Between the 13th of October to the 19th of October 2025, the statement of 3 Malagasy nationals were recorded, wherein they explained the existence of state capture for the past 10 years, which benefited a few persons from the previous Malagasy government, including Mr. Mami Rabatumanga. The issues that are also being investigated relate to rosewood, wheat and milling, lychee, acquisition of 5 Boeing aircraft which were sent to Iran, and also traffic d'influence and breach of confidentiality which surfaced during the current investigation. I'm further informed that the FCC has interviewed 25 witnesses and suspects so far, and 4 persons have been arrested, provisionally charged, namely Mr. Rabatomanga, Mr. J.T. Thomas, Mr. Biki, and Mr. Fakim. The FCC is also collaborating with other countries, namely Madagascar, United States of America, and France, which are also conducting related investigations. With regard to Part B of the question, it would be opportune to inform the House of the circumstances in which Jet Prime Limited had been created. The previous government had systematically attempted to undermine the functioning of YU Lounge run by Mr. Nirvan Virasamy, incorporated as Business Jet Services Limited in August 2004, and having as the nature of business the setting up of an aircraft maintenance organization. In July 2021, the then government redefined the points of entry into Mauritius and excluded YU Lounge at the point of entry, hence destroying the economic value of the business, resulting in important losses to the company. Finally, YU Lounge was sold to Airports Holding Limited in April 2022. A few months later, in August 2022, Jet Prime Limited was designated as point of entry. In April 2022, AHL acquired 100% shareholding in YU Lounge Mauritius Limited and renamed it as Jet Prime Limited on the 18th of May 2022, with continuity in its functioning being maintained. I should mention that the current Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Dewanda Chalan, was appointed by the previous government in June 2024 for a contractual period of 3 years, despite the fact that his employment as Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Airports of Mauritius Company Limited, a subsidiary of AHL, was terminated on the grounds of breach of trust. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by AHL that on the 4th of September 2025, its shareholders decided to fill in the existing vacancies in the board membership of Jet Prime Limited on a purely temporary basis and without any remuneration. This was intended to be for an approximate period of 2 months, pending the restructuring of AHL and to attend to matters that had remained unattended due to the absence of a fully constituted board. The temporary board of Jet Prime Limited was composed of as follows: Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Apalsamy Thomas; Directors, Mr. Dhiren Kumar Debi, Mrs. Kantabai Babaji, Mr. Marie-Gérard Gilbert Noël, and Mr. Keshav Ritu. I'm further informed that Mr. Noël resigned on the 24th of October 2025. Madam Speaker, at its meeting of the 17th of October 2025, Cabinet decided that the procedures of the operation of private jets by the Department of Civil Aviation are being reviewed in view of the new non-routine challenges that the civil aviation is encountering. The operations of Jet Prime Limited are also being reviewed. Such review will be carried out at the level of the holding company. Madam Speaker, I wish to reassure the House that under no circumstances will there be any cover-up, either in this or any other investigation since this government came to power.
Thank you. Supplementary question, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to the reply that the Honourable Prime Minister has given to the House concerning Jet Prime Limited, can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House on what basis Mr. Gilbert Noël has been nominated as board member of Airports Holding Limited, of Jet Prime Limited, and Mauritius Helicopter Limited?
He was nominated as a member. Pending is looking at his qualifications, as you know, what his qualifications are, and I think he had applied for the job, and he was appointed. But as I said, he resigned after this issue.
Yes. Second
Yes.
question.
Madam Speaker, can you put some order in this House so that I can put my questions quietly?
Will you allow the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to put his question, please? It's best for everyone. No, Mr. Duval, Honourable Duval. don't do that. I'm
Madam
one leading.
Madam Speaker,
I am the speaker today. Yeah, of course you did. I saw you. Will you? Can we get on with the PNQ, please? Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you have the floor. You have the floor. Shoot.
Madam Speaker, can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister? He stated that Mr. Noel has submitted his resignation. Will he inform the House why up to now the rest of the board is still in place while there is an inquiry on them? Has there, Madam Speaker, been any legal actions taken against members of Jet Prime Limited until now?
I explained this is a temporary board
Yes.
which was set up. Yes, but what, you want to have no board there? You need to have a board. You cannot run the company without a board. No, this is a temporary board, and you've seen the names I've given you, former, and they're not being paid any cent, any money, and also they're just there temporarily to make sure that things go on.
Let the Prime Minister speak, Mr. Jaman.
Madam Speaker, it's not a question of they are not being paid any money. Madam Speaker, Annex 1 of the report tabled by the Honourable Prime Minister 2 weeks ago, that is on 28th October, mentioned the departure of the aircraft, that is the private jet, on the 11th of November, which is today. Is this still the case? And in the same vein, can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether the pilot has already left the country?
I
Okay.
had explained all this last time, Madam Speaker. I don't know, you asked the question yourself. The captain of the aircraft was allowed to leave just after, and then the second pilot, the officer, was allowed to leave.
Yeah, but the Honourable Prime Minister stated also that there will be an inquiry. He has already left the country.
There is an inquiry. He has already been questioned, and there's nothing. You should realize that it is the captain of the aircraft who is in charge of the aircraft. The second pilot just does his job.
Madam Speaker, one of the passengers of that private jet was Mr. Mami Ravatomanga. And we all know that there is an ongoing investigation at the FCC against that person. Can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm to the House if there was a meeting between an advisor to the office of the Deputy Prime Minister and one Mr. Biki?
I must say, these days, people to get out of their positions, they say anything. We have to go by evidence and proof. Anybody can say anything. Any nonsense. Any nonsense. So we have to look. An inquiry is going on. Let it do its job.
Now, can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, this he must be knowing, whether there was a meeting between a minister of his cabinet with Mr. Biki?
It's an absolutely false statement that being propagated by people who think they get a chance, if they get a chance tomorrow, to come back into government. They will not. These are many false statements are being made, many false statements on Facebook, on this and that. And we are looking into that. I'm getting the help from India. I mentioned it, I think, the other day. And we will reach the bottom of all this.
Speaker, a statement was made in court yesterday by that Mr. Biki. And he made reference to a sum of 350 million in this particular scandal. Is the Prime Minister aware of that?
I again said to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, any person says anything, so I have to go and check. There is an inquiry going on. Let the inquiry find out. All this is untrue, but let the inquiry find out.
Another question, or was that, yes?
A lot of questions today, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Prime Minister give the assurance to this House that no member of his government, and especially no junior minister, was involved in the pre-planned mission to bring Mr. MR to safety to Mauritius?
I've said it before and I say it again, Madam Speaker. Anybody who is involved in any way will have to pay the consequences. I'm not sparing anyone. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. You mentioned all these money, suppose that is transaction. Look at the proof of the pudding is in the eating. What has happened to him? If the MSM was in power, he would have left the country already. He would have left the country already. We are also looking, for your information, we are also looking how we invested billions of rupees. Which government was in power? Who didn't do there? You see the MSM criticizing him? Never. They try to find people in our side, but they never criticize this gentleman. Look at how much money he invested during their tenure. Who did the due diligence? We will find out.
Speaker, all started in 2009. Madam Speaker, one of the main figures in this saga is the officer in charge of the FCC. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House if he recommended the renewal of the actingship of Mr. Daudari for a further period of 9 months, and if so, when was that done?
Well, I can't say exactly when, but I did recommend, yes.
You did recommend. And my second question related to the same issue. When that was done, the Honourable Prime Minister was not in the country. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether the Deputy Prime Minister, who was the acting Prime Minister at that time, was informed of the renewal of the contract of Mr. Daudari?
We work as a government. I'm sure everybody knows what we are doing.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister state to the House whether there was a public notice issued by the State House when that contract was renewed?
I would love to ask the State House whether they publish, but they have to approve of the nomination. They have to approve of the nomination.
What do you say? Don't ask the question, make an affirmation.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm to this House if the officer in charge of the FCC has been interrogated by the Central CID? And if yes, why?
I'm not going to go into who interrogates who, but there must be a reason to interrogate somebody. There must be a reason.
Madam Speaker, can I ask the Prime Minister to confirm to this House whether with regard to the Commissioner who resigned from his position at the FCC, that is Mr. JF, whether he is in presence of an information on a suspicious transaction on the personal bank account of that person?
This is throwing bad shame. There is an inquiry. So anybody says anything, that is the truth? That is the Bible? No. Let the inquiry find out.
If there is an inquiry ongoing, can the Honourable Prime Minister tell the House? Because I put that question last time. The chairperson of the CEB was allegedly present in that infamous meeting. Can he inform the House whether that person has been asked to resign pending the outcome of the inquiry, and also why he has not been questioned by the FCC until today?
I believe he has been questioned, Madam Speaker.
And if he has been questioned, why has he not resigned from his position as chairperson?
Now it's a new novel system. If I ask you questions, you have to resign. So if I ask you questions, tomorrow they ask you, you have to resign?
Complot, Madame la Présidente. Now, Madame Speaker, two of the lawyers of Mr. Emma are close to the government, one of whom is a member of this House, and the other one has recently been appointed as chairperson of SIL. Does the Honourable Prime Minister find this ethical?
I didn't hear the last bit of the question.
Whether you find it ethical for two of the lawyers of close to
One
government.
is a member of parliament.
Whether lawyers.
You cannot.
Can you decide on the ethics?
Stupid question.
Of course.
Maybe I can help.
Les gens sont innocents, te le dis.
It's not a stupid.
Maybe I can help.
Explique-toi.
Yeah.
Donc à moi de ça.
Maybe I can help. You have an ethics for the members of the bar.
Yeah.
So, are you asking the Prime Minister to decide?
No, my question
On-
is simple.
Yes.
Does he find this ethical?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes or no?
There's an ethics of the bar which is applicable.
Probably, the Honourable Leader of the question, I don't blame him, he probably doesn't know what is the CAB rule, that a barrister cannot refuse to present somebody.
S'il te plaît, Juan.
Let me come back, Madam Speaker, to the report which was tabled on the 28th October. The approval of AML was obtained almost immediately according to the report. May we know who gave the clearance at the level of AML? Is it the CEO of that company?
No, he's getting confused now. I think he should go and read the report back.
As usual.
It's the Civil Aviation Department which eventually gives that go-ahead.
Yeah, that I know.
Yes?
But they need also the approval of AML.
On se perd là.
It's
Moi-même,
not-
je suis perdu,
It
là.
doesn't work like this. Eventually, they do the inquiry, they look
Non, mais
at
tant mieux.
parking, and then eventually in fact, it's the deputy of the civil aviation which, but he didn't do it on his own. He checked with all the departments. He looked at whether these people were in any way being looked for in any country. They did all these check. There was nothing. Then he allowed.
Yeah, that I do understand, Madam Speaker. My question is who at the level of the AML gave that clearance? Is it the CEO or somebody else?
I just explained it is not the AML who gives the clearance. It's the director or the assistant director of the civil aviation who eventually does.
AML, c'est for parking purposes.
Yeah,
Read
that
the
I know
law.
for parking
Read the
purposes.
law.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm if AML currently has a board of directors? And if not, why not?
It has a board at the moment, but we are re-looking at everything, the whole area.
DPM est en colère. Une année, AML n'a pas de board.
Madam
Speaker.
Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the report mentions that the Secretary for Home Affairs gave the clearance at 0013 a.m. However, the same report mentions that an MRA official was apprised of the landing of the jet verbally by a representative of Jet Prime Limited at 23:50 p.m. That is 25 minutes before obtaining the clearance from the Secretary for Home Affairs. How is it possible for them to know that the clearance would be granted?
I can't understand what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is saying. In fact, I find it very confusing what he's saying.
I'm not confusing it.
The Home Affairs, Secretary for Home Affairs, she deals with the PIO. And they look at the lists of passengers, they check whether they are being sought in any other country, whether there's anything against them. This is her role. She has nothing to do with the other role that you're suggesting. And then the plane was allowed to land.
Yeah, my question is, officers from the MRA knew 25 minutes before that permission would be granted for the plane to land.
One moment. One moment.
You've got a dangerous imagination, man.
No, I was, well, even I can't speak.
As the Honourable Minister is saying, I don't know where he's getting all these
That's what I'm, that's
imagining.
Honourable.
So, once
Yes.
they knew that the aircraft was coming, the MRA was advised to go and have a look. That is what happened.
Prime Minister, you're getting some information.
I put this question for the second time, Madam Speaker. Now, the Honourable Prime Minister confirms that the Secretary for Home Affairs took the decision to authorize the landing of that private jet. Has it been established why the Secretary for Home Affairs did not inform the acting Prime Minister?
Speak, stand up, Prime Minister, stand up.
First of all, I didn't say that. Again, he's saying something which is, I don't know,
We
I'm
can't hear
just
the
saying
Prime
it.
Minister.
She doesn't give the authorization. It's not her job to give authorization. Yeah, it is unfortunate that the Deputy Acting Prime Minister at the time was not told at the time. The other day you asked a question, I get a chance to correct it. I said the guy was lying. In fact, the question was wrongly put. He was told the next day, but not at the time.
Yes, but then do we know why he was not informed? He was the acting Prime Minister.
Peut-on respecter votre
Well,
sommeil,
well,
le
they-
sommeil du juste?
There's an inquiry going on, but from what I understand, when they checked everything was in order, they didn't find the reason. I think they should have been informed.
Tu connais
personally.
qui mauvais faire.
Yes.
Moi aussi.
The Honourable Prime Minister keeps mentioning that everything was pre-planned. Is he now in a position to inform the House who was the mastermind?
Yeah,
That's a very tall
It is-
order.
it is
Very
obvious. It is obvious that it is pre-planned. If the Honourable Leader of the Opposition seems to
No.
he seems to know more than I do, but you must remember, I did say it. First of all, they asked the permission to come to Mauritius for medical reasons.
Yes.
Then it was for tourism.
Petrol. Petrol. Lack of
There was
petrol.
something else, I can't remember what it was.
Pierre les Anges.
Yeah, finally they said there was no fuel. So it's obviously pre-planned. And the jet left before any permission was given.
It was not they who gave those reasons for landing. It was Jet Prime Limited who gave those reasons.
But Jet Prime was working together with them.
Madam Speaker, it is now established that the private jet left Madagascar without prior authorization from Mauritian authorities. Therefore, will the Honourable Prime Minister agree that those who conspired to allow the jet to come to Mauritius put our airspace in danger?
Your imagination is unbelievable. The stretching of your imagination is unbelievable. When eventually the jet said it was running out of fuel, it was allowed to land.
There was never any danger. Anti-patriotic.
My last question, Madam Speaker. One of the passengers was the former Prime Minister of Madagascar. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House, given the circumstances of the landing of the jet, why was he allowed to leave the country the day after landing? Was he interrogated by relevant authorities before leaving?
Tiens, n'a rien contre lui, ça vous gâte.
He's talking about the former
Prime Minister.
Prime Minister who was ambassador here. Is he the
No,
one
no,
he's
no,
talking
no.
about? No,
No, the passenger.
the passenger.
Passenger.
Nothing was found against him.
Vous respectez la loi,
We're
nous.
done. Okay. Time is almost up anyway. Thank you very much. Now questions, honourable members. The table has been advised that PQB 1004 will be replied by Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister, time permitting. So I now call on the Honourable Second Member for Belrose 4 Bornes. Honourable Anctil.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B 960.
Madam Speaker, the government remains deeply committed to protecting our citizens against emerging forms of crime, including those committed in the digital space. As information and communication technologies continue to evolve at an exponential pace, cyber threats have become increasingly complex, sophisticated, and transnational. In this context, the Mauritius Police Force has set up in 2006 a cybercrime unit under the Central Criminal Investigation Department to detect, investigate, and prosecute cyber-related criminal offences. As regards Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on the 7th of November 2025, the cybercrime unit is headed by an Assistant Superintendent of Police and comprises 14 other police officers of different ranks, namely another Assistant Superintendent of Police, 1 woman chief inspector, 1 police inspector, 6 police sergeants, 1 woman police sergeant, and 4 police constables. I'm further informed, Madam Speaker, that the cybercrime-related cases are reported either at police stations or directly at the central CID. They are meant to refer the cases which are complex in nature and which require specialized technical expertise to the cybercrime unit for in-depth investigation. Furthermore, the police collaborates closely with the CERT-MU, which is under the aegis of the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation. The CERT-MU manages the Mauritian Cybercrime Online Reporting System, MOCOS, which is a national centralized cyber incident reporting system that allows citizens and organizations to report cyber incidents, cybercrime online. Complaints made through MOCOS and which disclose any criminal offense are also referred to the cybercrime unit for investigation. The complainants of such cases are advised to make formal declarations to the police, and inquiries are then initiated on the basis of the declaration. Notwithstanding reported cases, the cybercrime unit may also initiate an investigation proprio motu into cases detected during cyber patrols affected by the unit. Regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that from January 2023 to the 7th of November 2025, a total of 837 cases, including those from MOCOS, have been referred to the Cybercrime Unit for investigation. During the course of the inquiries, 1,038 statements have been recorded from complainants, witnesses, as well as suspects, and 120 persons have been arrested. Out of the 837 cases, 167 of them have been filed for various reasons, including insufficient evidence for prosecution and accused being untraceable. 4 cases have been filed following advice from the Director of Public Prosecutions. 640 cases are still under inquiry, and 21 cases are awaiting advice from the Director of Public Prosecutions. 5 cases have been lodged before the courts. So far, Madam Speaker, it is telling that no conviction has been secured. This is why, Madam Speaker, during my recent state visit to the Republic of India, I solicited the assistance of India. Further to this, a team for the Maharashtra Cyber Department of the Government of Maharashtra came to Mauritius and participated in a workshop organized by the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation from the 30th of October to the 5th of November 2025 on strengthening our national capabilities in cybersecurity and cybercrime prevention. I had a meeting with them together with the Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation. We are moving forward for full collaboration with local experts to ensure that those people who post unwarranted posts are detected and brought to justice. This collaboration between Mauritius and Maharashtra will enhance knowledge exchange, capacity building of our law enforcement agencies, and development of sustainable solutions tailored to the Mauritian context for restructuring of the existing processes. These are concrete examples of the government's will to constantly improve. As an example, another example, and we are grateful to India for again helping Mauritius in this.
Thank you. Yes. Supplementary question.
Choquant. Aucune condamnation. D'un côté, on incite les victimes à parler, mais de l'autre côté, on laisse les agresseurs impunis. Grave dysfonctionnement. Le Premier ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre s'il trouve acceptable que la Cybercrime Unit refuse d'enregistrer une deuxième déclaration d'une victime sous prétexte qu'une première a déjà été déposée? Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
I don't know if I didn't know about if it says the first has been deposited. If there was something additional, I don't know whether there was something additional, then they should have.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. À 17 ans, une élève de SI s'est donné la mort paix à son âme, après la diffusion de photos intimes d'elle sur les réseaux. Le Premier ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre s'il envisage la mise en place d'un Cyber Patrol Unit opérationnel 24 heures sur 24, capable de bloquer immédiatement toute diffusion de photos ou de propos diffamatoires sur les réseaux afin de protéger efficacement les victimes de cyberviolence. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
In fact, I should also add that there were other two persons, I don't want to name names or give details, who were exactly in that position, who fortunately the police managed to act before anybody else committed suicide or whatever. They're getting support, psychological support as well. However, as I said earlier on, this is why I said it, that it is telling that no conviction has been secured because it's not working as it should. This is why I've asked for the Indian government to help. They have a very, very able team. They suggested Maharashtra, and this is what we're doing.
Thank you. Last, yes, we have to move
S'il
on.
vous plaît, le sujet est trop pressant.
Of course.
J'ai confiance que l'actuel Premier ministre prendra les mesures nécessaires pour mettre fin à l'impunité et protéger les victimes de cyberviolence. D'ailleurs, vous êtes le seul à pouvoir le faire. Would the Prime Minister inform the House what concrete measures are currently in place to support victims of cybercrime during the investigation process? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I've been told that there are measures that are taken by the police first, and then they have a team which go to the family and give support, including psychological support, to make sure that nobody else goes into that situation.
The team from the cybercrime unit. Yes?
And also psychologists.
Yes, very, very interesting. Honourable Member for Beaubassin.
B961.
Sorry, for Portrice North Montagnon. Mr. Duval, yes.
Madam Speaker, protection from domestic violence is governed under the Protection from Domestic Violence Act, which falls under the purview of the Ministry of Gender, Equality and Family Welfare. Cases of domestic violence may be reported to the police directly or to the family support services of the Ministry of Gender, Equality and Family Welfare, which thereafter refers the cases to the police. In regards to Part A and B of the questions, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that since November 2024 to the 5th of November 2025, a total of 4,127 cases of domestic violence have been reported to the police for inquiry, out of which 3,042 cases involved physical violence. Following inquiry into these cases, 2,103 persons have been charged with offences in breach of the Protection from Domestic Violence Act. In regard to Part C of the question, the Protection from the Domestic Violence Act make provisions for different types of restraining orders, namely protection orders, occupation orders, tenancy orders, and ancillary orders. These orders are issued by the relevant district courts upon application made by the victims after a hearing is held. Madam Speaker, since November 2024 to the 5th of November 2025, a total of 970 interim protection orders have been issued by the relevant district courts to 131 males and 839 females. An interim protection order is issued by the court where there is a serious risk of harm being caused by the aggrieved spouse and even before the respondent spouse is heard. An interim protection order, unless the court directs otherwise, remains in force until such time as the court makes a final appeal, a pronouncement on the application of the protection order. After hearing the aggrieved spouse and the respondent's spouse, the court may convert the interim protection order into a final protection order, which shall remain in force for such a period not exceeding 24 months as the court may specify. Upon application, the district court may also issue a protection order after hearing the parties. For the period of from November 2024 to the 5th of November 2025, I'm informed that a total of 454 protection orders have been issued by the relevant district courts under the Protection from Violence Act, out of which 54 protection orders have been granted to male victims and 400 to female victims. As regards occupation, tenancy, and ancillary orders, I'm informed that no applications for such orders have been received by the police. Madam Speaker, I wish to reassure the House that this government will adopt a zero-tolerance policy and a victim-oriented approach to domestic abuse. To this effect, with a view to deterring domestic violence, the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare is presently working on a new domestic abuse bill to replace the existing Protection from Domestic Violence Act to strengthen the support for victims. Furthermore, the Brigade pour la protection de la famille of the Mauritius Police Force provides assistance to children and women victims of violence and abuse who solicit police help. The Brigade also works together with the Family Support Services of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare to deal with cases related to gender-based violence. Furthermore, the Brigade pour la protection de la famille and the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare jointly carry out regular sensitization campaigns throughout the island to raise public awareness and understanding on domestic violence. These awareness campaigns are being delivered in workplaces, in the private and public schools, as well as community centers, in non-governmental organizations, amongst others. Talks are also held on TV and radio programs. These are essential components of what we are doing.
Yes?
Thank you.
Supplementary?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the figures are alarming. In fact, the official figures with regards to domestic violence, physical violence on women, there has been an increasing trend. And this is confirmed now. 73% of the cases reported, according to your figures given, concern physical violence. I would like to know how many out of which committed against women, if the Prime Minister has the answer, perpetrated against women.
The data.
I thought I had given
Yes.
the figures, but
It's given.
I'll look for it.
No?
I had given the figures, but you want to know exactly about against women. Okay.
The point being, the Honourable Prime Minister, we realize that there is an issue, an alarming increasing trend. Since 2022, to date, the trend is increasing. I wanted to ask the Prime Minister, given that only 15% of the figures he's giving us, 15% of the domestic physical violence cases result in a protection order. So from 3,042, only 454 for this year has resulted in a protection order. And this is les lacunes de la loi. It is too timely, too complicated, and people are dissuaded at the level of the police station itself from going forward. The new law, which was prepared since 2023, is still being awaited. Will the Prime Minister now, having heard those figures, make it his mission to have that new law passed and enacted as soon as possible? Time is being wasted on this.
I just said that the Honourable Minister for Gender is looking at all the whole. They are going to bring new corrections to that. That's what I said earlier.
Okay, carry on and then I'll say a word.
Madam Speaker, may I ask the Prime Minister, will he see to it at the level of the police stations that there is, firstly, the proper staffing as is required, female officers being present to help put those complainants at ease, and secondly, that they are given the proper training and the proper incentives, the police officers, so that they take care of those victims, even when it seems repeated complaints, etc., which are too often turned away. So will he see to it that this is a priority given the alarming trend?
I should remind the Honourable Member, I don't want to do political scoring, but for 10 years, everything was allowed like this. Everything. We have taken a country on un pays en décomposition.
It's getting worse.
Yeah, but for 10 years, this is the result. This is what we have inherited. The Honourable Minister is doing her best, believe me. But we have inherited this situation. So we are, 2023, just said. I did say that the Ministry of Gender and Equality and Family, They are presently working on a new domestic abuse bill, precisely because they want to strengthen the support for victims. This is what is being done.
May I have privilege of speaker, please? May I just say a few words, because both members who've spoken today have spoken about violence. And in this first case was violence against that young girl, and both members are members of the Gender Caucus. I just want to tell everybody, you will be receiving very soon the program of what the Gender Caucus itself, which means the National Assembly, Prime Minister knows a bit about it, and the Minister as well. We're organizing with the United Nations and UNDP a big event between the 25th of November, which is the date of the elimination of violence against gender-based violence, and the 10th of December, which is Human Rights Day. We are having a big event where I would like all of you to come with your friends, because it's going to touch on all these issues of sensitization, because we have to keep on sensitizing on the issue of violence, unfortunately. So I'm telling you now, I'm very proud that 2 members of the Gender Caucus have spoken this morning. Thank you. Next, I am calling on Honourable Lakiram.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B962, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that 31 advisors were employed by the Prime Minister's office over the period 2015 to November 2024. These include 4 special advisors, 11 senior advisors, and 16 advisors. I wish to point out that under the former government, there was actually a carefully crafted ploy to boost up the income of advisors by allowing them to sit on numerous boards. Very often, these advisors were earning revenues from these boards, which were higher than the initial salary. Madam Speaker, let me make it clear. My government is committed to ending this discretionary and arbitrary practice of the past, where public funds were allocated based on personal wishes or political convenience. We believe that the remuneration of advisors should not be left to the whims of whoever comes into power. Instead, it should be governed by clear, transparent, and fair principles. In this endeavor, my government has decided, I mentioned it last time, to rationalize the categories of advisors. In regard to the information requested by the Honourable Member, I'm tabling a list of former advisors, which includes their salary packages and the boards and committees on which they equally served during the period 2015 to November 2024. I wish also to say that this is very long. If I went through it, it will be. Huh? But I can tell you, for example, I'll give you a free example. Mr. Mantua, special advisor to the Prime Minister. He got a salary of 8.1 million rupees as advisor, special advisor. But he sat on 14 boards and 7 committees additionally. And he got for that 15 million rupees from January 2015 to November 2024, which makes you a total of 23.1 million rupees. And these people want to come back to power. Guess why? Another one, Mr. Narayan Kumar Bala, special advisor to the Prime Minister. 3.5 million from November 2023 to November 2024. But he sat on 9 boards and he received 7.5 million rupees from February 2023 to November 2024, which makes you a total of 11 million rupees. Yeah. Mr. Kridu Bikari, senior advisor, 7.6 million rupees. And then he sat on 6 boards and 3 committees, which makes you a total of 23.6 million rupees. He got even more than Mr. Mantua, who got 23.1. Yeah. Mrs. Sarah Rawat Karimji, senior advisor, 8.3 million rupees, plus 6 boards and 2 committees. She received 9 million rupees. Total, 17.3 million rupees. You should have, instead of being deputy speaker, you should have gone for the jobs. Mr. Ken Ojo, senior advisor.
Honourable members, I can't hear the Prime Minister.
3.8 million as senior advisor, plus he sat on 7 boards and 4 committees. For this, he got 11.3 million. In other words, 15.1 million rupees. This is the kind of abuse the MSM did. This is the kind of abuse. And they want to come back to the government. They have already destroyed this country. They want to re-destroy what we're trying to build now. I must inform the House that the list of advisors includes a particular advisor whose specialty, you know what was it? Oja. Which you know what means Oja. He was an Oja, making prayers, supposedly prayers. And he got a monthly salary of 32,350 rupees. But I will circulate the rest.
Yes, you're done. You're okay? All right. Second member for Gambé Poudre-d'Or, Honourable Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B963, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Director General of the Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation that in 2015, Mr. Kavish Pultu was employed as a journalist reporter d'image on a permanent and pensionable basis at the embassy, and the post was restyled to that of news editor and senior news editor in 2017. Mr. Pultu was then drawing a monthly salary of 53,200 rupees, along with a monthly allowance amounting to 13,960 rupees. In his capacity as news editor, senior news editor, Mr. Pultu accompanied the then Prime Minister on 2 overseas missions to New York and India in 2017 and 2019, respectively. The total cost of these 2 missions, including the air tickets and per diem, amounted to 309,376.84. These were met by the MBC. On the 18th of February 2020, Mr. Pultu was offered employment on a contractual basis for a period of 1 year as advisor on information matters by the Prime Minister's office and was posted at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Subsequently, he was granted leave without pay by the embassy. His contract as advisor on information matters was renewed on the 20th of February 2021 for the further period of 1 year under the same terms and conditions. During his tenure as advisor on information matters, Mr. Pultu was drawing a monthly salary of 59,700 rupees and allowances to the tune of 15,365. However, on the 23rd of April 2021, he was offered employment as senior advisor on policy and communication matters by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. The House may wish to note that his contract of employment was backdated to the 20th of February 2021, and he was offered a salary, including allowances, of 109,630 rupees. On renewal of his contract, that is on the 20th of February 2022, his salary, inclusive of allowances, was then capped to 119,065 rupees, which was almost twice his initial salary as advisor on information matters. I'm further informed, Madam Speaker, that on the 1st of July 2022, Mr. Pultu was appointed as Director, Information Services on a contractual basis for a period of 1 year. In this capacity, he was drawing a monthly salary of 100,750 rupees, along with allowances of 44,930 rupees. That is a total, on a monthly basis, a total of 145,630 rupees. His contract as Director of Information Services was renewed for a period of 1 year with effect from the 1st of July 2023. Further, in his capacity as Director of Information Services and by virtue of Section 6(1)(c) of the Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation Act, Mr. Pultu was also appointed as member of the Embassy Board from the 7th of July 2022 to March 2024. During his tenure on the MBC board, Mr. Polto also served on the following 3 subcommittees. You see the ploy of appointing them and then putting them on different committees and boards. He was also on 3 subcommittees: Programs Committee, Audit and Risk Management Committee, and Corporate Governance Committee. He was paid a total of 312,000 rupees for serving on the 3 subcommittees. I'm also informed that on the 12th of February 2024, Mr. Polto resigned as Director of Information Services following his appointment as Senior Advisor on Communication and Strategic Matters in the Prime Minister's Office. In this capacity, he drew a monthly salary of 128,875 rupees and allowances amounting to 22,470. The contract of Mr. Polto as Senior Advisor on Communication and Strategic Matters was terminated on the 15th of November 2024. I'm informed, Madam Speaker, that on the 18th of November 2024, Mr. Polto resumed duty at the MBC and proceeded on leave as from the 19th of November 2024. He subsequently submitted his resignation to the MBC with effect from the 21st of January 2025. Concerning missions attended by Mr. Polto from 2015 to 2024, the latter proceeded on 10 overseas missions, out of which accompanied the former Prime Minister on 8 occasions. The 10 missions were at the cost of 1,359,997 rupees and 57 cents. It is worth highlighting that one of these missions, which was undertaken in May 2024, was purportedly an urgent security mission, whereby Mr. Polto accompanied the former acting director of the counter-terrorism unit, Mr. Liram Dial. I'm tabling the additional information sought by the Honourable Member, and I remind them that inquiries are ongoing.
Yes. Did you have a supplementary? That would be 1 minute left. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given the staggering amount revealed in the reply, will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether all these appointments and every rupee is spent was in strict compliance with government policies at that time they were made and incurred? If not, will there be inquiry on it? Thank you.
The then government decided what they will do. They lack your face. They give you anything? Anything goes.
Okay, time is up. Now, honourable members, the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn: B970, 977, 976, 968, 973, 983, and 1004. Now, questions to honourable ministers. We've got less than half an hour to go before lunch. Honourable First Member for Rodrigues, Ms. Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B978, please.
Madame la Présidente, la CEB m'informe que la capacité de production d'électricité de Rodrigues est suffisante pour répondre aux besoins énergétiques des clients résidentiels, commerciaux, agricoles et industriels. La demande de puissance maximale jamais enregistrée à Rodrigues est de 9,53 MW, atteint le 17 mars 2025 à 18h30. La capacité effective des centrales thermiques de Rodrigues s'élève à 11,4 MW. La capacité effective totale de toutes les unités de production, y compris les parcs photovoltaïques et éoliens, atteint 13,7 MW. Il convient de noter qu'un système de stockage d'énergie, batterie, baisse d'une capacité de 1,5 MW peut également être utilisé pour répondre à la demande hors des pics de consommation. En ce qui concerne la partie A de la question, je souhaite informer la Chambre que pour améliorer l'infrastructure énergétique et assurer la fiabilité de l'approvisionnement dans tous les secteurs à Rodrigues, plusieurs projets clés ont été identifiés par la CEB et sont en cours de réalisation. 1. Installation de 2 systèmes de stockage de batteries, 2 batteries, pour répondre à la pointe de consommation d'une puissance nominale de 1 à 2 MW chacun, à Pointe-Monnier et à Grenade, d'ici fin 2026. Ces batteries baissent, outre la satisfaction de la demande lors des pics de consommation, amélioreront également la stabilité du réseau et permettront une intégration accrue des énergies renouvelables. L'appel d'offres a déjà été lancé en août 2025 et la date de clôture est prévue pour le 12 novembre 2020, donc demain. 2. Une nouvelle centrale thermique d'une capacité de 1,9 MW à 2,5 MW sera installée à Pointe-Monnier d'ici le dernier trimestre de 2027. L'appel d'offres pour ce projet est actuellement en cours d'examen au CPB. 3. Extension de la centrale photovoltaïque de Grenade avec une centrale photovoltaïque supplémentaire de 1 MW d'ici fin 2027. La reconversion du parc éolien de Trèfle, dont les éoliennes sont obsolètes et coûteuses à exploiter, en une centrale photovoltaïque de 500 kW, couplée à un système de stockage de batteries d'au moins 1 MW. Donc, tous les projets que nous avons jusqu'ici, que ce soit à l'île Maurice ou à Rodrigues, ce sera couplé de batteries dorénavant. 5. Encourager et soutenir le déploiement des énergies renouvelables pour les particuliers bénéficiant des différents programmes SSDG pour les petits, MSDG moyens, dont certains sont entièrement financés par la CUB. Les programmes SSDG et MSDG seront modernisés grâce, encore une fois, à l'intégration de systèmes de stockage d'énergie par batterie, BESS, afin de leur permettre de réduire leur consommation d'énergie sur le réseau pendant les périodes de pointe. 6. Évaluation des demandes reçues dans le cadre du programme agrivoltaïque. Donc, ici à Maurice, agrivoltaïque et aussi à Rodrigues. Madame la Présidente, en ce qui concerne le point B de la question, je tiens à informer l'Assemblée que, s'agissant des énergies renouvelables, l'Assemblée régionale de Rodrigues, ARR, a collaboré avec mon ministère, le CUB, Marina, IMO, à l'élaboration de la feuille de route Rodrigues-Île Verte. Dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de cette feuille de route, j'ai été informé que la CUB, avec le soutien financier d'organismes de financement internationaux, a achevé l'installation de quelques 260 kits photovoltaïques représentant une puissance produite de 382 kW. En outre, la CUB a fourni une assistante technique à la RRA pour la mise en place de 2 mini-fermes solaires à Rodrigues. J'ai été voir ces mini-fermes, donc une mini-centrale solaire de 100 kW au village de Rivière-Coco et une mini-centrale aussi au village de Terre-Rouge. Les 2 centrales photovoltaïques sont exploitées et entretenues par la CUB dans le cadre des accords de raccordement conclus avec l'Assemblée régionale.
Oui, Ms. Colette, you're okay? Okay. Next question. Honourable First Member for Piton, Rivière-du-Rempart, Dr. Prayag.
Thank you. B979.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the NLTA that an island-wide survey was carried out in 2022 in hotels in order to assess the adequacy of existing taxi license services where licenses have been already granted, and also the need for taxis at hotels where licenses have not yet been granted. According to that survey, 1,779 taxis have been licensed to operate from 67 hotels, while 23 hotels do not have taxis specifically licensed thereon. Madam Speaker, I am given to understand that some of these hotels opted not to have taxis licensed for their hotels on the premise of limited space near their compounds to accommodate taxis, or allegedly as they perceived that there was a lack of need for taxi services. Taxi drivers are therefore deprived of a source of income. In spite of that perception, it would appear that these hotels are availing, on the other hand, of alternative mode transport means, such as contract cars, contract buses, and outside-based taxis to meet the daily needs of their clients for transfer services and excursions. Transport is an important support service to the tourist industry, and no hotel management can possibly claim that there is no need for taxis at their hotel space. The underlying reason for not showing interest in having taxis licensed for their hotels is an easy guess. And all-inclusive packages are an important aspect of marketing strategy in the tourism sector. Destination management companies and inbound tourist operators resort to that strategy, and transfers as well as excursions are included as part of their holiday package offered. It is therefore perceived that taxis do not fit in those formulas, thereby leading to some sort of vertical integration of the system that many stakeholders have been complaining about over many years. I've spoken to my colleague, the Minister of Tourism, Honourable Richard Duval, and he told me that he will look into the matter. Madam Speaker, the number of tourists visiting our island is on the rise. Over 1 million tourist arrivals have been recorded between January and September this year, and the tourist peak period is yet to come. Against this backdrop, my ministry has requested the NLTA to carry out a fresh survey of the 23 hotel sites I referred to earlier, for the purpose of determining the need to issue taxi licenses at these hotels. The NLTO has also been instructed, in cases where lack of space on hotel premises is put forward as an argument for not having specifically licensed taxis, to consider the availability of alternative sites outside the hotels concerned for use, as taxi stand is already common at many hotels. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Doctor, you're okay? Okay, next question. Dr. Tanu, second member for Quartier Militaire Moka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 980, please.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie la députée pour sa question et sa proposition d'amélioration de l'approvisionnement en eau dans la circonscription numéro 8. J'ai d'ailleurs, Madame la Présidente, présidé une réunion avec les députés de la circonscription, le porte-parole des habitants et les représentants de la CWA le 21 octobre, au cours de laquelle nous avons discuté de certains points précis. Concernant le lac Valletta, la CWA m'informe que cette source d'eau avait été identifiée comme source d'approvisionnement supplémentaire dans la région. Dans ce contexte, une étude de faisabilité a été menée, au cours de laquelle des échantillons d'eau brute ont été analysés par le laboratoire de la qualité de l'eau de la CWA le 6 novembre 2025. Madame la Présidente, malheureusement, les résultats de l'analyse ont indiqué que même après filtration et traitement, la coloration et la présence de micro-organismes dans l'eau brute dépassaient largement les limites acceptables. De plus, les résultats des analyses chimiques et biologiques n'ont pas été concluants. Il a donc été conclu que le lac de la Valletta n'est pas adapté à l'approvisionnement en eau potable et aucun projet n'a été entrepris à cet égard. Madame la Présidente, il convient d'ajouter que la Central Water Authority prélève déjà l'eau de la rivière Valletta, située en amont du lac de la Valletta. Un fil de pression CPF d'une capacité de 1500 m3 par jour a été installé. Comme je l'ai indiqué dans ma réponse au PQ 880 du député de l'honorable membre, des sites potentiels pour le forage des puits ont été identifiés à Dagotière, l'Espérance, Quartier Militaire, Alma, pour augmenter la production d'eau dans ces régions. Une étude géophysique sera réalisée en premier lieu. Merci.
Yes,
Merci.
bien. Vous êtes satisfaite?
I'd have one more supplementary.
Yeah.
May I kindly request that we have water at least 4 hours per day at adequate pressure to ensure that we uphold the access to water as a human right? Thank you.
Thank you, yes. Monsieur le ministre?
Oui, je partage l'avis de l'honorable membre. Je dois expliquer aux membres de l'Assemblée nationale quel est le souci que nous avons en ce qui concerne l'heure de qu'on donne de l'eau et la pression. Vous savez, nous avons des tuyaux, nous avons des pipelines à l'île Maurice qui datent de plus de 50 ans. Ce sont des tuyaux qui sont en amiante. Ce sont des tuyaux qui est rempli de fuites, des vieux tuyaux. Ceci dit, quand nous augmentons la pression, bien souvent je reçois pas mal de questions des membres de l'Assemblée nationale concernant la pression. Il faut augmenter la pression pour que certaines personnes puissent avoir de l'eau. Notre problème à nous, c'est que quand nous augmentons, quand je demande à la CWA d'essayer de voir comment on peut augmenter la pression, les tuyaux éclatent.
Voilà.
Parce que ce sont des vieux tuyaux. Il nous faut commencer peut-être par là. Changer les tuyaux. Malheureusement, 700 millions de roupies a été dans le temps utilisé pour changer les tuyaux, mais absolument rien n'a été fait. Ceci dit, si nous fermons la pression, que je peux comprendre, si nous fermons la pression, nous baissons la pression pour éviter les fuites un peu partout dans le pays, certaines personnes en hauteur ne vont pas recevoir l'eau. Ceux qui sont tout près, parce que nous donnons l'eau par gravité. Par gravité. Nous attendons que les réservoirs se remplissent, les réservoirs de service se remplissent pour pouvoir alimenter la région. Et quand nous alimentons la région, ceux qui sont le plus rapprochés de nos réservoirs reçoivent l'eau, mais ceux qui sont en hauteur, comme nous avons longuement discuté de cela pour la circonscription numéro 8, et ça s'applique un peu partout, c'est que ceux qui sont un peu plus retirés, un peu plus loin, en hauteur, qui habitent un peu en hauteur, ils sont dans la difficulté. Donc voilà un peu notre souci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Honourable Bichuk.
Yes, Madam Speaker. B981, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm informed that construction of 507 social housing units is currently being undertaken in constituency number 9. The NHDC is constructing 45 housing units at Katkoko and 72 housing units at Kanitié. The project, including on-site and off-site works at Katkoko, is expected to be completed by the end of this year, while the project at Kanitié would be completed in January 2026. Conversely, the NSLD is constructing 178 housing units at Kanitié and 212 housing units at Katkoko. And the expected completion dates are the 30th of November 2025 and the 31st of July 2026. However,
Take your breath.
the off-site works, it's a private matter that we've shared with the DPM. However, the off-site works at Kanitié, comprising mainly road and drain works, would be completed in January 2026, while off-site drain works at Katkoko are expected to be completed in December 2026. I'd like to add here, with regards to this date of December 2026, that the NSLD had asked that geotechnical investigations be carried out at Katkoko by Water Research Company Limited in July 2022 in order to determine its suitability for construction prior to acquisition of the plot of land. Core holes were undertaken at depths of 7 meters to 15 meters. Did not indicate the presence of cavities. The project management consultant, a company called Vias Consulting Engineer, confirmed the suitability of the site for construction of housing units through a letter dated the 18th of November 2022. I just wanted to explain this is how they worked. However, the project is encountering serious delays due to presence of extensive cavities that certain people thought did not exist. And even though there were geotechnical reports, the report said there were no cavities. Cavities exist, bel et bien. So, depending on the outcome of now the investigations and redesigning of the master plan, a redesign may be required. Construction of all housing units and associated on-site infrastructure, including off-site drainage works, which are essential to render the site flood resilient, are expected to be completed, as I said, 31st of December 2026. So I hope that the Honourable Member, Madam Speaker, does realize that we are here to correct the mess of the previous government. And literally, when we say they put us in a hole, cavities are there. Thank you.
Monsieur Bichuk, ça va? I have maybe one more question we can do before lunch. Honourable Third Member for Port-Louis North, Ms. Kazan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 982, please. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the Land Drainage Authority entrusted this project to the Drain Infrastructure Construction Limited on 6 January 2025 for implementation. The proposed project was initially designed by NDU's consultant, Benchmark Consulting Engineers Limited. A sum of 120 million has been earmarked under the previous National Flood Management Programme. Tenders were thereafter launched by the DICL on 21st February 2025 for the construction of flood wall and rock revetment at Moselma Ramlagan, Vallée des Prêtres. However, the bidding exercise proved unsuccessful as the bids received were not responsive. Madam Speaker, in parallel, based on the recommendation of the project consultant, and in order to provide the necessary technical foundation for the project, DICL awarded a contract for a geotechnical investigation of the region. The geotechnical investigation was completed in May 2025, following which it was reviewed by the supervising consultant Lux Consult Mauritius Limited. Madam Speaker, based on the advice of the consultant, the DICL is now pursuing the project in a phased manner. The first phase will consist of the construction of the reinforced concrete flood wall along the residential boundary of Moselma Ramlagan, instead of the simultaneous construction of both the flood wall and rock revetment as originally envisaged. The revised design and cost estimate are expected to be finalized in 1 month. The DICL will then submit the updated project proposal for financial clearance. Bid is expected to be launched by December 2025. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that the DICL has also embarked on the procedures for land acquisition required for the project. 19 plots of land are concerned, of which 18 belong to private owners and 1 is state land. To date, 12 private landowners have already conveyed their agreement, and the memoranda of survey are being prepared. Discussions are ongoing with the remaining 7 landowners to secure their consent. Madam Speaker, regarding the issue of rock burns, I wish to inform the House that this proposal has recently been put forward by the Land Drainage Authority in a letter dated 16 September 2025 as a palliative measure pending the construction of the flood walls. This proposal was not part of the original project design, and no detailed drawings or design parameters are yet available. I'm informed that properly engineered rock burns entail significant time and financial implications. As such, this proposal is being examined for possible integration in the permanent works to be implemented by DICL. Madam Speaker, I'm further informed that on 1st September 2025, the LDA has recommended to the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center to formulate an evacuation plan, prepare safety protocols, and consider the relocation of 2 houses situated in the floodplain in case of force majeure. Madam Speaker, I'm also informed that the Municipal City Council of Port-Louis awarded a contract on 10 June 2025 for the cleaning and desilting of River Latanier of a stretch of some 8.7 kilometers extending from Upper Vallée des Prêtres near Ali Lane to its outlet at Rochebois. These works, which included the region of Moselma Ramlagan, were undertaken between 2nd July and 15 September 2025 and have already been completed. Madam Speaker, I wish to reassure the Honourable Member and the House that government remains fully committed to addressing the flooding risk at Moselma Ramlagan. While immediate relief has already been provided through the cleaning and desilting works undertaken by the Municipal Council, the permanent solution is being actively pursued through DICL with the close support of the National Development Unit, Ministry of Finance, and the Land Drainage Authority.
Are you happy, Mr. Kazian? Yes. We'll do a last question. Dr. Prayat, please. There's one which has been...
B984, please.
984, that's it. Yes. Monsieur le ministre.
Je pensais qu'on allait déjeuner, après j'allais
Mais
répondre, mais,
non.
comme vous voulez.
Nous prenons
Oui.
de l'eau avant de déjeuner.
Oui, ok, on prendra un verre d'eau. Madame la Présidente, la CW m'informe que 6 camions citernes sont normalement affectés à la zone d'approvisionnement en eau au nord afin d'assurer la distribution quotidienne et régulière. Cette distribution concerne notamment les établissements scolaires, la santé, les autres infrastructures publiques et le traitement des plaintes reçues via la ligne d'assistance téléphonique de la CWA. Lorsque la CWA entreprend d'importants travaux de réparation, surtout comme cela s'est passé dans le Nord, dans une région donnée, susceptible de perturber l'approvisionnement en eau, des camions citernes supplémentaires sont déployés depuis d'autres zones. De plus, pendant la saison de stress, la CWA fait appel à des compagnies de transport d'eau privées pour compléter sa propre flotte et répondre aux demandes des usagers. Madame la Présidente, j'ai été informé que la CWA avait mis en service un forage supplémentaire à la station de pompage de Petite Retraite et posé une conduite, un tuyau, pour alimenter les parties supérieures d'Amaury et le réservoir de la plaine des Roches. Actuellement, ce forage fonctionne grâce à un groupe électrogène, un générateur, tandis que la salle des transformateurs existante est en cours de rénovation par la CWA afin d'augmenter la capacité électrique nécessaire à un fonctionnement continu 24 heures sur 24. Suite au renouvellement des tuyaux dans la région d'Amaury l'année dernière, ce forage est désormais exclusivement dédié à l'alimentation du réservoir de la plaine des Roches. De plus, afin de minimiser les pertes d'eau et d'améliorer la fiabilité de l'approvisionnement en eau, la CWA a entrepris le remplacement de l'ancien pipeline en fonte ductile de 250 mm par un pipeline PEHD entre la station de pompage de Petite Retraite et le réservoir de Plaine des Roches sur une distance de 3 km. L'Assemblée pourrait souhaiter noter que les tuyaux posés en surface, vous l'avez vu, je suppose, un peu partout, les tuyaux posés en surface par l'ancienne direction de la CWA et par l'ancien directeur général, Prakash Mantora, 23 millions, le Premier ministre avait dit, je crois, 23 millions pour quelques années. Malheureusement, ces tuyaux, il faut bien le dire, ces tuyaux ne sont pas fournis localement en raccord. Les pièces ne sont pas fournies en raccord, on ne peut pas avoir sur le marché local, il faudra importer. Pour mener à bien les travaux, il sera nécessaire d'obtenir l'autorisation de passage de la ADA, des routes locales, des autorités locales, des propriétaires fonciers privés. La fin des travaux est prévue pour mars de l'année prochaine, 2026. Madame la Présidente, la CWA m'informe que le coût total encouru à ce jour pour les travaux de pose de tuyaux s'élève à seulement 10,5 millions. Vous savez pourquoi c'est 10,5 millions? On a coupé un projet de 700 millions de roupies en des petits projets de 10 millions de roupies pour pouvoir donner le contrat à les copains et les copines. Aussi simple que ça. C'est pour ça que c'est 10, parmi il y a le fameux Deoudani, effectivement, 10,5 millions de roupies, représentant l'acquisition des tuyaux, de raccords, des travaux de pose et le transport des tuyaux. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Dr. Payan.
Thank you, Minister. Meanwhile, we understand that we have only 9 trucks that are serving water in the north. Meanwhile, given that these trucks serve water to school, public infrastructures and health infrastructures, can we have them to serve households also during the day instead of only in the evenings as it is the case actually?
Short and sweet, Minister.
Oui.
Short and sweet.
Allez, d'accord. Non, je dois rassurer l'honorable membre que nous avons lancé un appel d'offres pour recruter des compagnies privées. Donc nous avons 9 compagnies privées pour fournir des camions citernes. Donc cela sera fait d'ici la semaine prochaine et nous allons allouer 3 à 4 camions citernes pour desservir la région du Nord précisément. Merci.
Thank you, everybody. We're now going to raise for lunch. 1.5 hours. We're back at 2:30. Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes. Honourable fourth member for Portlace.
B986.
Mr. Babaji had already spoken. You want? No. Oh no. Okay. I'm so sorry, Mr. Babaji. Normally I should see you. Okay.
Thank you,
Please go ahead.
B985.
Madam Speaker. Dolphin and whale watching are regulated by Tourism Authority. Dolphin and whale watching regulation, which were promulgated in 2012 to ensure that such activity take place in responsible, orderly and sustainable manner. B, the safety of all persons involved in the activity is not jeopardized at any moment. C, the sea animals are adequately protected, especially when persons enter the sea to swim with dolphins. And in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, the 2012 regulation make it mandatory an operator to hold a license from the Tourism Authority to undertake dolphin and whale watching or dolphin and whale watching together with swimming with dolphin. B, dolphin and whale watching is to be allowed only in prohibited zone, which should be within a radius of 50 meters and 100 meters respectively from the pleasure craft undertaking that activity. And C, dolphin and whale watching to take place only in a regulated zone with a radius of 50 to 150 meters from the closest dolphin and a radius of 100 meters to 200 meters from the closest whale. It is to be noted that currently dolphin and whale watching, or dolphin and whale watching together with swimming with dolphin, is being carried out by 278 pleasure craft on the western coast of the island. Madam Speaker, contrary to what is provided in the 2012 regulation, the Tourism Authority has never issued any of these 278 pleasure craft with a license to carry out dolphin and whale watching, or dolphin and whale watching together with swimming with dolphin. These pleasure craft has been conducting these activities with a license of excursion. The reason being that the 2012 regulation, through duly promulgated, could not be enforced following the representation received from the Federation of Pleasure Craft, FOPCO, on ground that no insurance cover could be taken for swimming with dolphins, as same is not provided by the Association of Insurers, and B, equipment such as propeller guard was not available on the local market. On the other hand, the cost of oxygen kit was too high. To note that propeller guard are installed on pleasure craft to reduce injury to marine animals. The National Coast Guard on his part informed that enforcement of the regulation could not be made as their own vessels were fitted with a propeller guard and they did not have the appropriate equipment to ascertain distance in the prohibited and regulated zone. Madam Speaker, in view of this inability to enforce, several complaints has been received concerning the harassment of sea animals during the activity, abuses have also been reported on the social media about the disorganized and dangerous operators and carrying out this activity. It is understood that some operators even offer streaming with whales against high, expensive packages, which is illegal for, as per Section 8(1)(b) of the regulation, and other conduct risky maneuver with client at sea, resulting in harassment and safety concern of those animals, of those mammals. In this view of the above, Madam Speaker, when the government took power, an interministerial committee under the chair of the Deputy Prime Minister was set to look into and remedy this matter. I must say that the committee includes, among others, representatives of Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste, Wastewater Management, and Climate Change, the Ministry of Blue Economy, Marine Resources, Fisheries and Shipping, and the National Coast Guard. The following discussion held was agreed that a fresh tourism authority dolphin and whale watching and swimming with dolphin regulation be worked out only to prohibit abuses in such activities which constitute a new pillar of our tourism industry. Madam Speaker, a first draft of the regulation has been worked out by my ministry, and it provides, among others, for a pleasure craft conducting this activity is mandatory. Process a license from the tourism authority for that purpose. B, equipped with proper guard. C, have a lookout and certified lifesaver on board. And D, be managed by duly trained skippers. Madam Speaker, the draft regulation has been submitted to all the concerned stakeholders for validation prior to being promulgated. On the other hand, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, for instance, EcoSud, Marine Megafauna Conservation Organization, MCO, have informed that they have no objection to dolphin and whale watching activities and request that swimming with dolphin be banned. The FOPCO, on the other hand, asked for dolphin and whale watching together with swimming with the dolphin be maintained with reduced regulatory constraint. For example, the requirement of lifesaver and propeller guard be removed. Madam Speaker, with a view to striking the right balance between the protection of the sea animals and our marine ecosystem and the fact that the livelihood of the 278 operators and their personnel is concerned, I have called a meeting this Thursday with the concerned party to reach a modus operandi. Once same is agreed upon, the proposed regulation will be finalized.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Mr. Babaji. Okay, now, Honourable Fourth Member for Portrush North.
Thank you, B986.
Madam Speaker, at the very outset, let me inform the House that our students of grade 1 to grade 9 have unjustly suffered a lot, year in and year out, because they used to receive a few of their prescribed textbooks very late during the academic year, sometimes even during the second semester. When I assume office as minister, I look into the main causes of this tardy supply of these textbooks by selected bidders in order to remedy the problem. I found that there were only two main local printers who were monopolizing the printing of these textbooks. The main reason why these two were able to do so was simply because the specification for the inside papers being 90 grams mat for procuring these textbooks. Earlier during this year, I openly denounced such obscure practices which were blatantly encouraged by the previous regime. Who were the main victims? Our helpless kids. They suffered unjustly as they were denied timely delivery of their textbooks. With a view to addressing this issue, more printers are henceforth encouraged to participate in the textbook bidding exercises. Henceforth, my ministry, in consultation with the MIE, revised the paper requirement from 90 grams to minimum 80 grams mat. With regards to part A of the question, I am tabling a copy of the bidding document for the particular procurement exercise. Bids were launched by my ministry on 19th of June 2025 through open national bidding for the provision of textbooks to secondary school, mainstream student and educator in respect of grades 7 to 9 for academic year 2026. I am informed that according to the bidding document, the delivery time for textbooks shall be within 60 days as from the date of issue of letter of acceptance. Moreover, the successful bidder is required to provide a maquette of the textbook to the MIE to ensure that same meets the requirements and specifications of my ministry. In regard to part B of the question, I'm informed that there were technically 4 responsive bidders. Madam Speaker, with regard to part C of the question, I'm tabling the list of bidders together with the corresponding contract prices for each lot. I am informed that all the conditions mentioned in the bidding document have been fully adhered to, except for the delivery period and strike-off process prior to bulk printing in relation to Lot 4. Notwithstanding the recommendations of the Bid Evaluation Committee and Departmental Bid Committee, the Senior Chief Executive of my ministry provided an extension in delivery period of around 2 weeks for Lot 4. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the procurement section of my ministry that all bidders who have been awarded contract for printing of textbooks for both primary and secondary schools have until the end of November 2025 at latest to deliver their respective lots of textbooks. Except unforeseen circumstances beyond my ministry's control, all textbooks are expected, hopefully, to be distributed to all schools on time prior to the start of the academic year 2026, so that our students can resume their studies in all serenity. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes?
Mr. Minister, you're talking about millions of rupees of textbooks, procurement of textbook. Is it normal that, with respect to Lot 4, as stated by the Minister, is it normal that a contract has been awarded whilst 2 critical conditions as per the bidding document, that is the delivery time and the prior submission of a maquette to ensure quality, has been foregone, and who has taken the decision, therefore, to forego of these 2 critical conditions contrary to the bidding document?
I said it in my answer, in the main answer, but definitely, as you're mentioning, I think an investigation in that sense will take place.
Yes. The Minister, there is, I am sure he has received it as well, a letter, an anonymous letter, that has alleged that there has been meetings prior to the award of the contract for Lot 4 between Senior Chief Executive of his ministry and a non-responsive bidder at the time, and that there has been allegedly modifications made to the minutes. There have been provisos being added, backdated, and following that meeting, an award was given, and in respect of which, again, conditions which were critical to the bidding document had been foregone. In light of this, is the Minister now going...
Yes, this is an anonymous letter.
On a point of order.
Yes.
You see, whenever a member of parliament is supposed to make such accusations, they must come and back it up. Because very often I see that they have a loose tongue whereby they can pronounce whatever they want, slur anyone, throw in accusations, but they have nothing to back it up. And I'm saying that I'm taking a point of order because unless and until this member can back up what he's saying, not his word, back up with a document or someone who said so, then he can come. Otherwise, she should...
Let me reply. Let me
Yes.
put a point of order. Yes.
This is too much.
Honourable Member.
More than happy to table the said letter.
No.
I will. I undertake to do so. I undertake to do so. I do not have it with me now. If you'll give me 10 minutes, I will table it.
No, you
But the
didn't.
question remains.
Honourable member, you didn't let me deal with the point of order. First of all, Minister raised a point of order. Secondly, I didn't have the time. By the time you said it, I'd started talking. You said anonymous letter. So even if you table it, it's an anonymous letter.
Right. Well, let me rephrase my question, but it is to be noted that whistleblowing is encouraged in the House. Now,
You can't both stand up. Sit down.
and there is no,
He's raising.
he has.
We are being interrupted. He's raising.
Speaker, I take note that he is not insisting on the question. However, while he was putting his question, he's rephrasing it, he made some serious averments that he should withdraw first and then continue.
Okay. Yes. But
Madam Speaker, let me ask the question differently. Is the minister, but on which standing order, Madam Speaker? What standing order has the Honourable Shakil Mohammed raised? What standing order? He's simply making a speech. I am asking a question. He has made a point. I will rephrase. Can I ask my question now?
First of all,
can I ask my question?
But you don't let me reply. If nobody will let me talk, we will sit here and wait. It's so obvious, even Honourable Minister, please. May I say a word? Before you finished, the thing is that I am sweet speaker, I'm not loudspeaker. So before you finished, I tried to stop you because I noted that you said anonymous letter and I knew that it was wrong. But you don't let me speak. So now I'm asking you to withdraw whatever you said based on that anonymous letter, but then I will let you put other questions.
Right, Madam Speaker, the question was, has he received an anonymous letter? That was the question. Right.
Withdraw it because
withdraw what, Madam Speaker? What?
No, everything that was in that anonymous
I will rephrase it, and therefore I am changing the question. The question is simply, has the minister received an anonymous letter making allegations against his senior chief executive in the award of the contract to a non-responsive bidder who did not comply with the conditions of the contract? It's a question. He will tell me.
First of all, you withdraw everything that you said that was in that letter. First you withdraw, and then I allow that question. Okay?
Speaker, I can't withdraw the fact that there is an anonymous letter which makes allegations.
You're not listening to me. We are both members of the bar. You know what I'm saying. You have already said, now you have another question which maybe is different. Withdraw the first part.
In the interest of my question being put, I will withdraw and rephrase it differently. Okay. I will ask it again, has the minister received a letter, albeit anonymous, making allegations against impropriety involving the senior chief executive in the procurement of that contract to
that's enough.
the non-responsive bidder in respect of law number 4? For the record, it is clear.
Yeah, okay, Minister. Just
I wish to assure the Honourable Member that I sit on the right side of the House, and on this side we believe in transparency, in accountability. So rest assured, whatever has to be done will be done. No need to worry regarding that.
Minister, he will not stop until and unless you say whether you received a letter or not. No, we don't want to know whether you're going to act on an anonymous letter.
Yes, and we have already acted for his reassurance.
Very good.
May I ask
That's better.
last question?
Last question. But careful.
Yes, to report to come back to the House and to inform the House of whatever may be revealed by any inquiry which he might have initiated already or is about to initiate.
I repeat myself again, I'm sitting on the right side of the House, and we adhere to transparency. And as in all the cases, we will do the needful. Rest assured.
Okay, you will tell House in due course. Next question. Now, where are we? We finished with Honourable Member Duval. Now we are with Mr. Apollon, second member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B987.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, you see the time we're on the right side of it. We are all aware that our lagoons have been overexploited, Madam Speaker, and depleted over the years. The previous government had gone far against sustainable fisheries by issuing a substantial number of fishermen cards. And many of these applications should not have been considered in the first instance, as some of the fishers who have received the fishermen cards are already engaged in gainful employment. My ministry is receiving daily representations to the effect that fishermen cards have been distributed in an ad hoc manner, without strict adherence to the prescribed criteria and proper verification process. There are currently 2,546 fishermen cards, out of which 1,190 fishermen cards were issued between the years 2022 to 2024 alone. And 709 fishermen cards were issued in 2024 only. So much so, 1 week prior to the issue of the writ of elections, that is on the 28th September 2024, 416 fishermen cards were issued by the previous government. Madam Speaker, with regard to fishermen cards, I wish to inform the House that there is a total of 1,512 applications which have been made at the level of the Ministry. As regard whether these 1,512 pending applications would be determined and issued, I must emphasize that utmost care and caution need to be exercised prior to taking a decision. There is a need for a sensitive and balancing exercise to be carried out to ensure that traditional fishermen earn a decent living. We, as a committed and responsible government, have a duty to protect the traditional fishers who have earned a living out of fishing activities for generations. Moreover, we have a moral duty towards our future generation to protect our lagoon and our natural resources. Hence, in order to ensure surveillance of our lagoons and to allow a fish stock to rejuvenate, strict control on this issue of fishermen card is warranted.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre. Comme nous savons tous, à la veille des élections de novembre 24, les Fishermen Cards étaient distribués sans contrôle et sans respecter les critères pour l'obtention de ces cartes. Et maintenant, c'est ce gouvernement qui est en train de mettre de l'ordre. Le ministre peut nous dire si l'ordre de faire cet exercice illégal émane des officiers des fisheries ou l'ordre venait d'en haut. Et si c'est le cas, est-ce que le ministre pense une enquête approfondie pour faire la lumière sur toute cette affaire?
I take on board the comments and advice tendered by my good friend. We are going to put order in the House. But first, there is a call for the proper verification exercise, which is ongoing, notwithstanding that there are, if I remember research right, that there are 256 cases, right, which are being 286 fisher cards which have not been stamped, and therefore appropriate and corrective measure will be taken to redress the situation.
Yes, that's okay. Mr. Apollo, yes, Ms. Dawiarud, third member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B988.
Madame la Présidente, la CWA m'informe que les communes de Plaisance, Camp-le-Vieux et Trèfle sont actuellement alimentés par le réservoir Stanley. La CWM m'informe également qu'au cours des 6 derniers mois, 69 réclamations ont été enregistrées pour Plaisance, 231 pour Camp-le-Vieux et 230 pour Trèfle. Ces réclamations concernent principalement des coupures d'eau, des fuites et des tuyaux rompus. En ce qui concerne la partie A de la question, Madame la Présidente, pour Plaisance, le seul mois de mai 2025 a enregistré 48 plaintes, soit 70% au total, du total, ce qui indique un pic inhabituel et ponctuel de problèmes de service. À partir de juin, donc le mois juste après mai, le nombre de plaintes a chuté de façon spectaculaire et est resté constamment bas, avec une moyenne de 4 plaintes par mois. Camp-le-Vieux, en ce qui concerne la région de Camp-le-Vieux, les plaintes mensuelles varient de 17 à 58, avec une moyenne d'environ 39 plaintes par mois, indiquant, il faut bien le dire, des difficultés opérationnelles régulières et des contraintes de réseau. Quant à Trèfle, la région de Trèfle, les plaintes mensuelles ont affiché une tendance à la hausse constante à Trèfle, passant de 14 en mai à un pic de 96 en octobre, donc le mois dernier, 2025. Madame la Présidente, concernant la partie B de la question, la CWM informe que le réseau de distribution d'environ 6,4 km desservant ces régions est constitué de tuyaux en amiante ciment, en amiante, et de canalisation en polyéthylène haute tension, communément appelée canalisation tuyaux de type bambou. L'évaluation relève que les principales causes de pénurie d'eau sont les suivantes. Quantité d'eau insuffisante pour répondre à la demande dans la région, gestion incohérente du fonctionnement des vannes, celles qui ouvrent les vannes sont de façon incohérente, rupture de tuyaux de communication et fuite isolée au sein du réseau de distribution locale. Les équipes de la CWA enquêtent systématiquement sur tous les signalements de coupure, à la mesure du possible, afin d'identifier les fuites, les défauts de vannes et les irrégularités de pression. Madame la Présidente, concernant la partie C de la question, je suis informé que l'unité des eaux non facturées, non-revenue water, de la CWA a été chargée de réaliser un audit détaillé et une revue de conception du réseau existant dans les régions touchées, y compris l'analyse des apports, la surveillance des débits nocturnes, de ce que je disais un peu plus tôt ce matin, la pression le soir, et la détection des fuites, afin de garantir que les pertes, les cas échéants, soient identifiées et corrigées. La CWA met actuellement en œuvre des mesures correctives suivantes. Réparation rapide, dans la mesure du possible, des fuites détectées. Réglage des vannes. On a beaucoup de problèmes avec cette affaire de réglage des vannes. Des vannes, je ne sais pas comment... Ouais, des vannes, c'est bien ça. Gestion de la pression pour améliorer la régularité du débit. Renforcement des équipes d'intervention, des opérations, pour répondre rapidement aux incidents. En parallèle, et ceci intéresse cette région, en parallèle, la CWA examine la capacité d'approvisionnement dans la région de Stanley et étudie les options pour augmenter la source, notamment le développement des forages supplémentaires dans les mois à venir et une interconnexion possible avec les systèmes adjacents, ainsi que la possibilité de poser un pipeline. J'ai posé la question, pourquoi nous avons un réservoir de bagatelle d'âme, aussi grand soit-il, mais malheureusement la région de Stanley, de Trèfle, continue à subir ce problème d'eau. Et là, nous avons pris la décision de relier ce bagatelle d'âme avec le réservoir de Stanley, parce que c'est Stanley qui alimente la région. Donc, cela va se faire d'ici fin février. Donc, nous allons prendre toute une connexion sur le réservoir de Bagatelle pour alimenter Stanley, et Stanley va alimenter la région avoisinante.
Thank you, Minister. You're happy? Yes? Honourable Apollo? Yes? One more question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B989.
Thank you very much, Honourable Apollo. Madam Speaker, at the very outset, I wish to inform the House that the previous government refused to make public the report of the Court of Investigation into the grounding of MV Wakashio. As a responsible government, we could not allow things to linger. Consequently, I had a meeting with my colleagues, the Attorney General, along with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, to discuss the way forward, and following which the government decided that the report be made public, thus upholding the principle of transparency espoused by this government. This is contrary to the stand taken by the former government. Accordingly, a communiqué was issued on the 2nd of October 2025, thereby informing the public that the report was now accessible on the website of my ministry. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that following the grounding of MV Wakashu, compensation to the tune of 200 million was paid to victims, including fishermen and other claimants, over the period of 2021 to 2022 by the Japan Protection and Indemnity Club, insurer of MV Wakashu. And I'm tabling the total amount of compensation that was paid to the victims. However, following the release of the report of the Court of Investigation into the grounding of MV Wakashu, no payment of compensation has been effected by the insurer, as the ship owner, Okayu Maritime Corporation, has on the 25th October 2021 entered a case before the Supreme Court applying for a limitation fund to be set up, limiting the value of compensation to be paid to the tune of approximately 720 million rupees. The case of Okayu Maritime Corporation versus the State of Mauritius was heard before the Supreme Court on 24th October 2025, and the judgment of the Supreme Court has been reserved. Moreover, the Attorney General's office is in the process of finalizing a mise en demeure for civil action in relation to compensation for all expenses and claims of the government of Mauritius against all parties for oil pollution damage. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Director of Public Prosecution that the Commissioner of Police has been requested to initiate an inquiry into alleged act of negligence which may have been committed by officers of National Coast Guard. The Commissioner of Police has informed my ministry that matter has been referred to the Central Criminal Investigation Department and inquiry is ongoing.
Yes, Mr. Apollon.
Thank you very much. The government, as we can know, there's many NGOs and citizens that also initiate legal action. If the government will support these NGOs in their legal action?
Yeah. In fact, Anthem has lodged a case on behalf of the NGOs, and we are working very closely with Anthem. We are comparing notes, and you can rest assured we leave no stone unturned in relation to compensation that should be paid to the victims.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam the Speaker. Would the Honourable Minister also state whether the mise en demeure that the government, that the Attorney General Office is envisaging to serve on the company that caused those damages would include all the damages that was caused to the shores of Mauritius, including the parties involved?
I cannot give an exact reply, although this question should have been addressed to our good friend, the Attorney General. But as I've said, you can rest assured no stone will be left unturned.
Okay, next question, please. The Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port, Mr. Seaburn.
Thank you, Madam the Speaker. Is question B990, 990, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for this very important question, which has led to some confusion in the minds not only of the then government, but of the situation between occupiers of those particular plots of land. At one point in time, wrongfully and unlawfully, certain plots of land which were on page géométrique specifically ex-CHA houses on pagiometric and some other building site leases on pagiometric were sold by the government of Mauritius in breach of the State Lands Act and the Pagiometric Act. Yes. And now we end up with a situation where all those people who live on pagiometric, ex-CHA and building site leases are in fact people who were given those plots of land in moments of difficulty, strife. People who socially needed social protection and could not afford a home, had their homes and their abode destroyed in cyclones and bad weather, and needed government support. And many, many years ago, this was what was done. Now, what has happened is that through some blunder, part of those plots of land were sold, and then all of a sudden, when they realized that there is now a blunder that has been committed, they said, okay, hold on. In spite of the fact that we sent letters to all those lessees telling them we could sell, it was taken back. So a part of those people now hold leases that are in fact not leases because they are in violation of public order. And part of their neighbors, some of them neighbors, hold leases and they cannot purchase. So being given that at this stage there is no restriction of sale of land in respect of building site leases for residential purposes other than those falling within the pagiometric, and taking into account that your question relates specifically to the sale of coastal state land, I am going to respond therefore as to, following this introduction, as to what action is being taken by my ministry to look into this problematic situation. So, we have received many requests from people such as lessees who would like to purchase state land on pagiometric ex-CHA houses. And unfortunately, they happen to be on pagiometric. So in view of the explicit restriction in the law, those requests at this juncture cannot be entertained because I simply do not want to repeat blunders of the past. Accordingly, we have sought advice from the Attorney General's office as to whether and how those state land on pagiometric could be sold. Clearly, that would require a huge policy decision on the part of my ministry. So I have responded to such questions under PQ B38 and B118 on the 4th of February and 4th of March, respectively. And I reiterate again, this is a complex matter because we have to analyze the legal aspect, the social aspect, and the policy implications involved therein. I reiterate that I am very uncomfortable today when I note that you have people who hold title deeds that is not even worth the paper it's written on, because it has been sold in violation of two specific statutes. And what shocks me even more is that those documents were registered as title deeds. So the blunder started somewhere and continued at different echelons. So what I have to do now is deal with two categories of citizens. In many cases, and I will say that because one gentleman living in Pointe-Sable, I recall, came to see me, and you have spoken to me, and many members of parliament have spoken to me. One from Pointe-Sable came to see me, and he is a sick person. His neighbor, the property has been sold, albeit that the title deed does not really represent much. And it's been resold and registered again. God knows how. So now he wants to understand, why is it that they are given the right to buy, whereas I cannot? And I'm a sick man, and before I depart this world, I'd like to transmit something to my children. So this is precisely the difficult situation we're in. So I have the difficult task, together with colleagues of government, in finding a solution to this, and we will find a solution. We will bring justice, and obviously, like very often, we are called upon to clear and clean the mess left by others. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
You're all right? Yes. the Honourable First Member for Portrush North and Mortagne Long.
Thank you, Madam. Question B991.
Gingembre.
Yes. The question has been looked into, and the Honourable Member can rest assured that the matter has been referred to the police. And as far as ginger is concerned, it's a commodity which is which depends on market forces. So let the market force act. But in the meantime, in the light of requests made by Honourable Member, Agricultural Marketing Board will look into it to see if there can be a floor price. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I thank the Honourable Minister for this answer. Mais, Monsieur le Ministre, les plantes de gingembre sont confrontées actuellement à une concurrence déloyale des importateurs, ce qui les met en difficulté financière. Est-ce que le ministre peut-il examiner ce problème et proposer des solutions pour les soutenir? Merci.
I have proposed a solution. There is an alternative, notwithstanding that Agricultural Marketing Board can give a floor price, but there's a call for proper discussion with our planters. That meeting can easily be organized. In relation to the illegal activity and in relation to import by certain illegal importers, the matter has been referred to the police and matter is being looked into, and corrective measure will be taken, and those guilty will have to face the consequences of the illegal act.
Yes, the Honourable Third Member for Bebin-Saint-Petit-Rivière.
B992.
Madam Speaker, the National Youth Council is a statutory body established under the Section 3 of the National Youth Council Act 1998, with the object inter alia to initiate youth development projects and activities with the aim of encouraging the active participation of youth in the process of their own empowerment. Section 13 of the Act provides for the setting up of 10 regional youth councils in each district and in Rodrigues. I wish to point out that projects or activities organized by a regional youth council are funded by the National Youth Council as and when such requests are made. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that the Executive Committee of the National Youth Council was last reconstituted in January 2025 in accordance with Section 7 of the NYC Act 1998. I'm tabling the composition thereof. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that a sum of 77.8 million rupees, which includes the funding of major capital projects related to the upgrading of youth hubs, has been allocated to the National Youth Council in financial year 2025-2026. I'm informed by the National Youth Council that an amount of 100,000 rupees has been earmarked for each of the 10 regional youth councils. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part C of the question, I'm informed by the National Youth Council that the period January to end of October 2025, 9 activities have been organized by the 5 regional youth councils to the tune of 167,740 rupees. I'm tabling a list thereof. Madam Speaker, since enactment of the National Youth Council Act in 1998, nearly 3 decades ago, the youth sector in Mauritius has undergone significant and profound transformation, including the emergence of a new form of youth organization and network, evolving youth needs and priorities in areas such as employability, entrepreneurship development, digital transformation, climate change, mental health, and civic participation, and an increased need for enhanced governance, accountability, and representation with the youth sector. In light of the above development, the current National Youth Council Act 1998 no longer adequately reflects the realities, aspirations, and challenges of the youth population in Mauritius. Cabinet has approved by my ministry undertakes a complete review of the Act. Thus, Madam Speaker, my ministry is undertaking a comprehensive review of the Council with a view to better addressing the needs and aspirations of the youth. This includes the present functioning of the Council, its governance structure, and operational mechanism. The objective is to ensure that the National Youth Council evolves into a more dynamic, responsive, and effective platform for youth participation and empowerment. Furthermore, this review exercise forms part of a broader effort to align the Council mandate and program with the National Youth Policy and with current national priorities. Upon completion of the review of the election, the National Youth Council will roll out a new series of youth-led initiatives, including leadership development, civic engagement, entrepreneurship sensitization, and community-based projects. Madam Speaker, I must also emphasize that when I took office, the noise surrounding the management of the National Youth Council was overwhelming negative. In light of many representations, I have requested the Office of Public Sector Governance to undertake a full-fledged inquiry. The inquiry is underway and the report is being awaited in the coming month. In light of this outcome of the inquiry, my ministry will act accordingly.
Thank you. You're okay? Question?
Madame la Présidente, en ce qui concerne la composition du board du National Youth Council, l'honorable ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre quels sont les critères retenus pour la sélection de ses membres et si le processus de nomination est ouvert à des candidatures publiques afin d'assurer une représentation équitable des jeunes et des organisations de jeunesse? Ou est-ce que ce sont des agents politiques qui ont été nommés comme pour le Mauritius Sport Council et pour la Commission nationale du sport féminin?
Under Section 7.3 of the National Youth Council Act 1998 provides that no person who is the office bearer of a political party or a member of the assembly or of a local authority shall be eligible to be sit on the committee of the NYC. So if the honourable member wants to know, no member that form part in the political party is in that committee.
Yes.
Question, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable
Faites
ministre.
attention à ne pas faire ce qui s'est passé tout à l'heure, c'est-à-dire dire des choses si vous ne pouvez pas les prouver. OK?
Pourquoi vous mettez en
Non,
doute
je
ma
dis-
capacité de
Non,
prouver ce que je
je ne mets
dis?
pas en doute. Je ne mets pas en doute. Je vous dis de faire un peu attention. Parce que dans la précédente question,
Oui.
vous avez déjà évoqué certaines choses.
Je ne
vous ai
sais pas d'où
arrêté.
vous voulez en venir, mais
Allez-y, allez-y, allez-y. J'ai remarqué quand vous avez posé la question.
qu'est-ce que vous avez remarqué?
Ben, que vous avez dit que dans telle et telle organisation.
Oui, c'est le cas.
Et ça, vous pouvez apporter des précisions?
L'honorable ministre est parfaitement au courant, c'est pour cela qu'il a omis qu'il a fait exprès de ne pas donner les noms des personnes qu'il a nommées sur le National Youth Council. Mais je n'ai pas insisté. Je n'ai pas insisté malgré tout.
I'm saying that I'm going to table. He's saying long list. I'm tabling the list of the committee members.
Members, if you will allow me. Earlier on, I wanted to wait for the end of questions to come back to what happened. Earlier on, we had issue between the member for Port Louis North and the Honourable Minister raised a point of order. I thought it would be wise to remind everybody that we have to look at Standing Order 22 in general, which says the contents of question. But I will come specifically because I need time to have a look at the standing orders in order to give a ruling. So now I'm coming on section 22H, which says, a question shall not include the names of persons or statements of facts unless they are necessary to make the question intelligible, and in the case of statement of facts, can be authenticated by the member concerned, nor shall it contain charges which the member asking the question is not prepared to substantiate. That is, I think, what the Honourable Minister was raising this morning. So I am telling you just to be careful, because just before I made that comment, you had started a little bit. I didn't want to stop you, but now that you don't understand why I was saying that, I was just telling you to be cautious. But just remember, all of you, we have to go by the standing orders. This is why you voted for me to be here.
Ma deuxième question, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable ministre des Sports peut-il confirmer, par rapport à la réouverture du centre de jeunesse de Trèfle, qu'une somme astronomique, j'ai le document avec moi, de plus de, je vais dire le chiffre exact, 1 254 000, selon un estimated amount, est-ce que l'honorable ministre peut-il confirmer que cette somme a bel et bien été dépensée? Et si oui, en quoi cela est-il justifiable en cette période de CSA pour la population?
I don't have the answer now. I'm going to provide answer to the honourable member.
You want to give the document? Please take the document from the member. Thank you. Can we move forward, Mr. Kira, or do you have a supplementary question?
J'ai terminé, merci.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Okay. Honourable Second Member for Belrose and Catalogne.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B993.
Madam Speaker, I would refer the House to my reply to PQB 417 of the Honourable Anktil at the sitting of Tuesday, 6 May 2025, where I stated that an amount of 34.3, there's a long figure but I'm going to cut it short, 34.3 million rupees had been paid to Metro Express Limited by Alliance Media since the beginning of the contract on 28th August 2020, that is over a period of 5 years almost. And this averages to about again I'm going to round out, 6.9 million rupees per year. I am informed by Metro Express Limited that after my raising serious concerns regarding the contract of MEL and Alliance Media at the level of National Assembly during PQ of Honourable Anktil, and I would like to thank her for this question, for that particular question, a further amount of 56.8 million rupees was paid suddenly by the advertising company as part of the advertising revenue stream of MEL. No doubt the reply that I had made had been very beneficial to Metro Express Limited. I am further informed that the total amount of 91.04 million has been received by MEL to date, which comprises of a minimum guaranteed payment of 34.3 million for a period up to January 2026, and a variable income share of 56.7 million for the period up to April 2025. For the period May to July 2025, a further 1.6 million rupees will be paid to MEL as income share. The income shares for the month of August, September, and October 2025 are currently being under evaluation. The average has therefore almost been tripled over that period of 5 years, and now it is averaged to around 18.2 million rupees per year, which is important because Metro Express Limited needs that revenue to reduce the yearly deficit. Madam Speaker, in view of the anomalies initially observed regarding the contract, a special audit is being undertaken to ascertain compliance with procurement and legal procedures and assess the performance of the contractor. Further action will be taken on the basis of the outcome of the special audit report. In this respect, I must point out that MEL has recently appointed its Park and Leisure Manager, Mr. VH, a Marketing and Communication Manager. The latter holds qualification in events and project management as part of the duties The latter is expected to manage the advertising contract to optimize advertising revenue stream of the Metro Express Limited. I'm made to understand that Mrs. Bibi, former communication officer at MEL, resigned from the company last month.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Le ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre que la personne à laquelle il fait référence dans sa réponse a effectivement été élue sous la bannière MSM lors des élections municipales à Vakwa en 2015?
I'm aware of this. Mrs. Bibi was elected under the banner of Alliance LEPEP in 2015. She was subsequently recruited as Public Relations Officer of Larsen & Toubro during the construction of the metro line to liaise with people facing difficulties during construction. Then subsequently she was recruited as Communication Officer of Metro Express Limited. Now, she left the company last month, a decision of her own. There has been no pressure at all. Now, the new in charge, like I said in my substantive reply, is expected to do a better job, to monitor the contract of the contractor, Alliance Media, like I said, because we need this revenue to reduce the deficit of the Metro Express Limited. Thank you.
Yes, you're okay. The next question has been withdrawn, if I'm not mistaken. Then we will move on. Little surprise, our friend Jaman is not here. Honourable third member for Port Louis North, Mr. Kazan.
B995, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that since I took office in November 2024, I have initiated consultation with SMEs, SME associations and federations in order to take stock of the state of affairs of the business community in Mauritius. During these discussions, it became obvious to me that our local entrepreneurs were not aware of the vast potential and benefits accruing to them whenever they register their businesses, whether as companies or individuals, with my ministry. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that any micro, small or medium enterprise registered with my ministry is provided with an SME registration certificate free of charge. This certificate is valid for an initial period of 5 years and is renewable thereafter. Throughout its validity, the certificate unlocks various facilities and benefits for the SME, which facilitate its operation and business development. For instance, registered SMEs can benefit from a 4-year tax holiday, duty-free facilities on the acquisition of a double-cabin utility vehicle, loans at concessionary rates from various banking and financial institutions, exemption from land conversion tax, and expedited processing of building and land use permits, amongst others. Furthermore, SME Mauritius Limited, a government-owned private company falling under the purview of my ministry, provides grants to SMEs under various schemes, namely the Business Transformation Scheme, Technology and Innovation Scheme, Market Readiness Scheme, Greening Support Scheme, and Agribusiness Scheme. Madam Speaker, with a view to encouraging aspiring and new SMEs to take full advantage of these benefits and thereby work towards realizing their growth potential, I took the decision to conduct entrepreneurship awareness programs across the island on a regional basis. During these awareness programs, my ministry set up information booth and special desk with experienced officers to provide advice and guidance to attendees in order to enable those who are starting or who have just started operation to be equipped with the knowledge and resources regarding the process of setting up a new business, and to obtain first-hand information about registration with my ministry, so as to tap into the various benefits and grant schemes available. Madam Speaker, my ministry organized the first entrepreneurship awareness program in January 2025 for the region of Port Louis, comprising of constituencies 1, 2, 3, 4, at the Dr. Idriss Goumani Municipal Center, Plaine Verte, during which some 325 persons benefited from the program. The second entrepreneurship awareness program was held in April 2025 in the North region, comprising of constituencies 5, 6, and 7, at Plaine des Papayes Multipurpose Hall, and around 460 persons benefited from the program. A third awareness program was held in June 2025 in the southern region, comprising constituencies 11, 12, 13, and part of 14 at Houchy Hall, Plaine Magnon, involving around 450 persons benefiting from the program, and a fourth one was held in August 2025 for the central region, comprising constituencies 18, 19, 20, and at the Salle des Fêtes Plaza Rosil, where some 350 persons benefited from the program. Madam Speaker, with around 1,600 aspiring entrepreneurs having benefited from the entrepreneurship awareness programs, these sensitization campaigns are already bearing fruit and giving new impetus to the entrepreneurial culture in Mauritius. Madam Speaker, I wish to further inform the House that the next entrepreneurship awareness program will be conducted for the Eastern region and in Rodrigues, and we expect that over 500 persons will benefit from the programs. Thank you.
Thank you. No supplementary? Yes. Honourable members, give me 1 minute. I'm coming back on the PQ B992 from Honourable Kiran. We received a document which Honourable Kiran has kindly tabled. Unfortunately, I will not be able to accept the document because it is just a list of items with estimated amount in rupees, not purporting to be any document having any connection with paragraph C of PQB 992. Just a flying document that is not authenticated. So I'm sorry, I cannot accept this document. If you get a better document, I will accept, of course. Hein? J'ai pas compris. I don't want to be assured. It has to be authenticated.
I receive it as it is.
Well, we can't do any better. We can't do any better. Okay. These are the standing orders. Mr. Honourable, just tell me where we are. Now we've finished. 996. Yes. Mr. Lekiram, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B996, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Arilatu Stadium is owned by my ministry and managed by the Mauritius Sports Council. It is operational and being utilized by both the public and football clubs. Following a site visit I conducted at the stadium, I requested that improvement be made thereto for provision of better services and improved security to the public. These include installation of 3 metal gates, construction of a new septic tank, replacement of defective floodlights, and raising of a section of the boundary walls. I'm informed by the MSC that these 3 metal gates have already been installed. A contract has already been awarded for the construction of a new septic tank. Practical handing over of site is being carried out today, 11 November 2025, and the works are expected to start by next week. The duration of the work will be 60 days. Surveys are being carried out for the replacement of defective floodlight and the raising of the boundary wall. Thereafter, scope of work will be prepared and bids will be launched accordingly.
Yes. Everyone's happy? The Honourable Second Member for Quartier Militaire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B997, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that for the period 2019 to June 2025, a total of 42 applications for occupation orders and 3 applications for tenancy orders were made. Out of these, 7 occupation orders were issued and no tenancy order was granted. The Protection from Domestic Violence Act was first enacted in 1997 to protect spouses from acts of domestic violence. It has since been amended in 2004, 2007, 2011, and 2016 so as to extend protection to persons living under the same roof, broaden the definition of domestic violence, and strengthen penalties. Originally, the Act provided for occupation and tenancy orders under Sections 4 and 5, and these were subsequently amended in 2011 through Sections 4A and 4B. Such applications are made before the District Court, and both types of orders may be applied for, together with a protection order, or separately where the safety or housing of the victim is at risk. Madam Speaker, as to the reasons why such orders are not issued, I wish to inform the House that this matter is being examined in the context of the ongoing review of the legal framework on domestic abuse. The new Domestic Abuse Bill aims at strengthening protection and support for victims and enhancing the effectiveness of the justice system. The bill is currently being drafted at the level of the Attorney General's office, and the issue of occupation and tenancy orders will be considered as part of this legislative reform. I am informed that the commissioning of a study is not envisaged at this stage. I understand also that the draft bill will be communicated to my ministry by next week.
Yes, Ms. Tanu? Thank you for that question. Makes 3 for today. Thank you. 998 has been withdrawn, so now we have Honourable First Member for Portrush North.
Question B 999.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to PQ B999 and B1021 together as they relate to the same subject. I thank the honourable members to allow me to expatiate the plans and program for the revival of football in Mauritius. Madam Speaker, we all remember the golden years of Le Roi football, which had firmly established itself as the island's most popular sport, transcending ethnic, social, and religious divides. The level of competition was intense, and football became a unifying cultural force. Football stars inspired a generation of youth players with a diverse fan base, and stadiums were always full. Even regional matches were attended by thousands of enthusiasts. However, Madam Speaker, when I took office, football in Mauritius was in deep crisis. Our national team was languishing at the bottom of FIFA rankings. Stadiums were more than often empty. Enthusiasm has worn. Sponsors were reluctant to invest given the lack of competitiveness and fan interest. Young athletes often preferred other emerging sports, leaving football with a shrinking base. The collapse of Mauritius football has mainly due to the lack of political vision of the MSM-led government over the last 10 years. These are manifold, but may be summarized as follows: neglected youth development, failure to address governance issues, failure to build a structure, training centers, scouting system, or coaching programs. Talented players lack pathways to professional careers, both locally and abroad, and poor maintenance, lack of planning, and absence of community facility meant that infrastructure failed to serve as a sustainable backbone for football. The decline of Mauritian football was not merely a sporting issue, but a reflecting of political short-sightedness, of lack of vision. Instead of harnessing football unifying power, leaders allowed communal division, poor governance, and quick political fixes to undermine the sport. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, Mauritius still has the potential to be a strong footballing nation. And with the correct plans and political will, nous retournons au sport, c'est l'aide de noblesse. Madam Speaker, already the mood in the country is changing. Football matches have started to attract good crowds. The national team has started once again to perform decently. Football in villages is picking up consistently. That is palpable. The meaningful result we are now experiencing are not a mere coincidence. It is the process of a calculated approach. In this context, my ministry and the Mauritius Football Association have agreed to collaborate for the revival of football, which also includes the professionalism thereof. Accordingly, together with MFA, we have developed a 4-year plan for the revival and the professionalization of football. The strategy objectives of the plan are 2. Reform, governance and transparency in football administration to ensure accountability, efficiency and trust. Rebuild domestic competition to attract spectators, sponsors and media attention. Develop a strong grassroots and youth pathway through a comprehensive review and strengthening of écoles de football to identify and nurture talents nationwide. Professionalize football by establishing clear structures, standards and support mechanisms for clubs, coaches and players to transition towards full-time professionalism. Upgrade football infrastructure across the island to meet modern, safe and inclusive standards. Invest in coach, referees and administrator education to raise the technical and managerial level of football, of Mauritian football. Strengthen women football as a key growth area for participation, visibility and leadership, and rebrand football image to restore public confidence, pride and community engagement in the sport. Madam Speaker, the revival of football is estimated to cost some 238 million rupees annually. The annual breakdown of the proposed budget is as follows. 120 million rupees will be dedicated to men's and women's clubs to support operational youth development and compliance with licensing standards. 50 million rupees will be directed towards grassroots and youth development initiatives, including the revival of inter-school and inter-college competition, the Football for School program, football training centers, and community or village football activities. 40 million rupees will be invested in infrastructure and facilities covering the development of mini pitches, upgrade to football training centers, and creation of women football-friendly environment. 8 million rupees annually will support coach, education and technical assistance, including CAF licensing courses, continuous professional development and the training of grassroots educators. 10 million rupees will be allocated to enhance facilities, establish national league and facilitate international participation in respect of beach soccer and futsal, and 10 million rupees will be earmarked for sports science and high performance program to strengthen fitness, medical and performance analysis support unit. Madam Speaker, the MFA will contribute financially through co-investment in projects funded by FIFA Forward, CAF, grants and sponsorship. with dedicated allocation earmarked for clubs licensing, youth leagues, and national team participation. Government will also participate in this initiative. In collaboration with FIFA Forward and related international assistance program, priority will also be given to the development of new AstroTurf pitches. These facilities will serve to modernize regional football infrastructure, provide year-round, all-weather training and competition surfaces, and support grassroots, youth, women football, futsal, and community football activities. According to MFA, $50,000 is available for grassroots football development in primary schools. The MFA has also indicated that FIFA funding is also available for 10 synthetic surfaces. Additionally, the MFA has received 1,000 balls donated by FIFA for the Football of Schools project. Madam Speaker, on the technical side, my ministry and the MFA will act as the lead agencies for planning and coordinating the project for the revival of football, overseeing grassroots, youth, women, football, futsal, and beach soccer program. It will also be responsible for implementing coach education and referee and technical assistant. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, yes. You both have the right to speak. Yeah.
Merci, Madame. Lors de la conférence de presse du ministre datant du 2 octobre dernier, un programme de détection pour les U15 à U18 a été évoqué. Or, quand on voit la carrière des grandes vedettes, ils ont commencé bien plus tôt même à l'école primaire. L'honorable ministre peut-il nous dire qu'est-ce qui sera fait à ce sujet? Merci.
I have a meeting with my good friend, the Honourable Minister of Education. We are working on a plan, and this is coming shortly, and we are going to announce.
Yes.
Merci, Madame. Puisque le mot de professionnalisation a été évoqué pour la relance du football, quelle serait la fourchette de salaire qui sera proposée aux footballeurs choisis? Merci.
How can I say it now? Let the plan come first. Let's work on it, and then we are going to decide what amount we are going to give to the football.
Yes.
Merci,
Yes,
Madame
Mr.
la Présidente.
Kiran,
L'honorable
yes.
ministre peut-il dire à la Chambre quelles structures de bonne gouvernance seront mises en place pour superviser la mise en œuvre du projet, car comme il l'a dit lui-même, plusieurs centaines de millions seront dépensés chaque année.
The project is in phase implementation over 3 years. So when it comes to governance and infrastructure improvement, it will occur in the first 18 months. So we are giving time, we are working on it, and I'm sure that all the technical assistance training and financial guidance will be provided as we go along, and we are going to see the results shortly.
Yes.
Récemment, à la presse, l'honorable ministre a parlé de miracles à venir pour le football mauricien. Peut-il de ce fait dire à la Chambre quels sont les principaux indicateurs de performance qui sont très utiles, qui seront utilisés pour mesurer les résultats au fil des années, bien sûr?
When we are talking of miracles, there is miracle because we have nous avons la volonté et le gouvernement, l'ensemble du gouvernement, le Premier ministre, le député Prime Minister et tout le monde ensemble pour faire de sorte que nous donnons toute notre attention pour que la relance se fait et avoir des résultats.
Il faudra attendre. Okay. I have a few more minutes, so I will ask Mr. Bichuk, yes? Honourable Second Member for FLAC.
Yes, Madame la Présidente. B1001, s'il vous plaît.
J'ai encore oublié M. Babadji. Excusez-moi, je ne sais pas pourquoi.
You need to raise your head a bit.
B1000.
Madame la Présidente, il a laissé se plaindre encore que déjà on l'oublie trop souvent. Madame la Présidente, en ce qui concerne la partie A de la question, la CWM m'informe que la partie ouest du pays, qui comprend les régions de Rivière-Noire, Tamarin, La Golette, Casse-Noyal, Petite Rivière-Noire, Bambou, Cascavel, est alimentée par un réseau de distribution intégré, lui-même alimenté par 13 réservoirs de services. Je dépose à l'Assemblée le tableau indiquant la capacité de chaque réservoir. En ce qui concerne la partie A2 de la question, je suis informé par la CWA qu'actuellement 2 camions-citernes, malheureusement que 2 camions-citernes sont déployés dans la région de Bac-Rivière-Rivière-Noire pour répondre aux demandes des consommateurs par le bail des systèmes de plainte. Ces 2 camions-citernes, quoique insuffisants, je l'admets, fonctionnent selon un calendrier prioritaire garantissant une intervention rapide dans les zones vulnérables, les zones de basse pression et les ménages subissant des interruptions prolongées. Par ailleurs, la CWA a lancé un appel à manifestation d'intérêt pour louer des camions-citernes supplémentaires, je l'ai dit ce matin encore, pour l'ensemble de l'île afin de renforcer sa flotte existante pendant la saison de stress. Madame la Présidente, concernant la partie B de la question, je vais aller un peu vite. J'ai été informé que la CWA entreprend actuellement des actions correctives suivantes pour améliorer l'approvisionnement. Tout d'abord, une station de traitement d'eau a été installée à Bossonge pour traiter 2000 m3 par jour pour la région de Bossonge, Cascavel. Et parallèlement, la CWA réalise actuellement une étude de faisabilité pour l'installation d'une autre station de traitement d'eau d'une capacité de 2000 m3 sur la rivière de Bois-Noir. L'objectif est d'accroître la production d'eau destinée aux réservoirs de Bois-Cuyan, améliorant ainsi l'approvisionnement de Coteau-Raffin. Deuxièmement, la CWA a l'intention de moderniser la pompe, monter en puissance pour cette pompe, pour qu'elle puisse pomper de l'eau de la rivière Baie du Cap afin d'accroître le volume et la fiabilité de la prise d'eau à la rivière de Baie du Cap. Nous faisons aussi, il faudra dire, Madame la Présidente, la CWA continuera par ailleurs d'identifier des emplacements stratégiques pour les forages. Il y a déjà, on a foré déjà à l'arrière de UBP, à Bambou, et ce forage sera mis en service la semaine prochaine afin d'accroître la mobilisation de ressources. Dernière petite chose, Madame la Présidente, je suis heureux d'informer la Chambre que la Central Procurement Board a enfin donné son accord final, l'autorisation finale pour la rivière des Anguilles-Dames. Rivière des Anguilles-Dames, l'appel d'offres. Donc, on a reçu l'approbation finale. Donc, le lancement d'appel d'offres est prévu pour quelques semaines, donc fin novembre 2025. Le gouvernement MSM va sûrement dire que... Et l'attribution du contrat est prévue pour avril 2026, donc l'année prochaine. Et la construction devrait débuter en août 2026. L'année prochaine, ça va commencer. Et s'achever pour terminer à la veille des élections en août 2029. La construction du barrage contribuera à atténuer la pénurie d'eau dans une grande partie de l'Ouest. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Je vous en prie. So now, Mr. Babaji, you're okay? Mr. Bichuk.
Yes.
I think it's the last question
Merci,
now.
Madame. B1001, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that on the 13th of October 2023, the one and only Le Saint-Géron, the proponent, submitted an EI application for the proposed work at one and only Saint-Géron at Poste de Flac, including the construction of groin, the construction of breakwaters, the installation of rock revetments using basaltic rocks, and beast nourishment. Following consultation with relevant stakeholders, the application was examined by the EIA committee at its meetings held on 7th June 2024 and 5th July 2024. An EIA license was granted to the proponent on 10th July 2024. Speaker, I'll be tabling a list of conditions attached to the EIA license granted to the proponent. With regard to part B1 of the question, on 13th May 2025, one and only Le Saint-Géron made an application for a variation to the EIA license for coastal protection works pertaining to replacement of basaltic rock by sandbag at the cove and with basaltic rock capping at rock revestment 2 near the helipad using the sand available from its premises. The proposed work methodology would allow for rapid execution of the works in order to mitigate the ongoing severe erosion problem. Madam Speaker, as regards part B2 of the question, following receipt of a request for evaluation to the EIA license for coastal protection works with respect to rock revestment 2, my ministry had consultations with relevant authorities, including the following: Ministry of Housing and Lands, Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, Mauritius Oceanography Institute, Department for Continental Shelf, Maritime Zone Administration and Exploration, and the National Coast Guard. No objection was raised to the request made by the proponent for the variation of the EIA license, and the application for variation was examined by the EIA committee at its meeting held on 4th July 2025. On 10th July 2025, a letter of approval to variation for the coastal protection works was issued to the proponent with conditions. I'll be tabling a list of conditions attached to the letter of approval. Madam Speaker, as regards compliance and assessment, I wish to inform the House that during implementation of works, site inspection and monitorings were duly effected by my ministry on 3 occasions, namely on 6 August, 29 September, and 8 October 2025. And assessments were carried out to determine of whether works were undertaken as per the approved methodology and conditions imposed in the EIA license, as well as approval granted by my ministry for variation for coastal protection works. The salient mitigating measures observed on site included: 1. Provision for geotextile screens to prevent sediment and entrainment were in place. Provision of signboard to inform public of the works were in place. Working area cordon off for public safety and alternate public access provided. And 4. Dedicated personnel appointed to continuously verify the integrity of the geotextile screens. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that on 5th August 2025, protests were received from fishers regarding works around the helipad, following which works had to be halted by the proponent. A consultative meeting with fishers was organized on the 12th August 2025 by the proponent, and same was attended by representatives of different ministries, including my ministry. Subsequently, a case was lodged at the Supreme Court by the proponent against those interfering with the works. Further to an interlocutory order from the Supreme Court on 10th September 2025, work resumed on 26 September 2025. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the works were completed on 7th October 2025. To date, no non-compliance to conditions of the EIA license and all the letter of approval to violation for the coastal protection works has been observed. Regular monitoring is being ensured at the level of my ministry and the Ministry of Agro.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell.
May I please ask the Honourable Minister whether there had been inspections carried out with regards to pollution in the lagoon, which ultimately led to disrupt the activities of the fishermen of the locality, who are still protesting that they haven't been consulted adequately or possibly look into solutions to remedy to that.
Madam Speaker, there are regular monitoring which are affected by the Ministry of Agro, responsible for the Fishing Department, and as well by my ministry. So there have been representations. I think payments compensation were given to the fishers, and we went to court, and ultimately we are having permanent monitoring at our level weekly.
Yes, Ms. Manon.
B1002. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, at the very outset, I wish to thank the Honourable Member for this pertinent PQ referring to agriculture. I wish to inform the House that agriculture as a mainstream subject is currently not available in state colleges and is only available in private colleges under the PSEA. However, state colleges as well as private colleges are providing a full-fledged one-year program entitled Introduction to Smart Agriculture within the foundation program in the literacy, numeracy, and skills. The students of the foundation program delve into eco-friendly farming methods such as organic farming, aquaponics, and hydroponics, and develop hands-on skills through practical activities. The elective also addresses the pressing issue of climate change, guiding students to understand its impact on agriculture and how climate resilient strategies can ensure sustainable food production. Allow me to salute the good work being done in these schools. With regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that 40 grant-aided schools currently offer agriculture as a mainstream subject. Out of these 40, 28 schools, including 8 from Rodrigues, currently offer agriculture as a mainstream subject up to the school certificate level. The 12 remaining schools currently offer agriculture as a mainstream subject up to grade 9. Madam Speaker, as regards part B of the question, the annual program for the National Certificate of Education Assessment 2025 does not include agriculture as a compulsory core, optional core, or non-core subject for the said assessment. Private colleges, however, that are authorized by the PSCA to run the subject at grades 7 to 9 conduct their own internal examination at school level. The PSCA has established requirements for the teaching of agriculture in grant-aided private schools as follows. 1, the educators for agriculture should possess a degree in agricultural field. 2, the number of periods allocated weekly for agriculture for grades 7 to 9 is either 1 or 2 periods. 3, the students of grades 7 to 9 are provided with free textbooks. And 4, the teaching facilities should be as per specific norms and standards. Madam Speaker, regarding part C of the question, I'm informed that although the science curriculum covers related topics such as plants, photosynthesis, food production, food security, and the use of fertilizers, there is presently no formal curriculum for agriculture that has been developed for grades 7 to 9 by the MI. Madam Speaker, the curriculum for agriculture has not yet been developed due to the fact that there is an insufficient number of secondary school educators qualified to teach agriculture. It is therefore necessary to design and implement a teacher professional development program and to equip our state colleges with adequate facilities prior to the effective introduction of the subject. During my recent visits to Rodrigues and Agaliga, I had fruitful meetings with stakeholders, including students and parents, who requested the introduction of agriculture and marine science, among others, as taught subjects. These requests have been favorably entertained, and a blueprint for education, which will be made public soon, will spell out the way forward. To conclude, the expression, let us produce what we consume, and consume what we produce is not only topical, but pertinent as well. Together with my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, and Blue Economy and Fisheries, we are going to initiate joint programs to encourage our children to embrace farming and agriculture, be it as a subject, as a hobby, or as a profession later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I have 2 minutes left. You think, Mr. Babaji, you can have a go and see if the minister won't take too long? Yes.
B1003.
I didn't want to be unfair to you again.
Madam Speaker, regarding part A of the question, I am informed that very often after heavy rainfall, water from the mountains flows and accumulates on the classified routes along Tamarin Road, Tamarin River. Unfortunately, it would appear that since the loss of life during flooding in the wake of Cyclone Bilal, this matter has not been given due consideration or any remedial measure taken. I must here thank the Honourable Member to have raised this very pertinent question and to reassure him that the Land Drainage Authority has been requested to look into this issue and consider the construction of a cut-off drain along with other flood mitigating measures. Regarding part B of the question, I am informed that the region of Petite Rivière Noire was officially declared a flood-prone area by the LDA since June 2022, following repeated floodings which resulted in road blockages and inundation of residential areas. The floodings are mainly attributed to the low-lying topography of the village and the confluence of the 4.2 kilometer Petite Rivière Noire river with its tributaries, rivulet Miguel, and feeder pave which drain towards the village. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that as part of the short-term mitigation works, desilting of feeder pave and Rivière Miguel was completed in February 2023, covering a total stretch of 0.7 kilometers at a cost of 980 mil. Madam Speaker, with regards to part C of the question, I am informed that Coteau-Raffin, being a coastal settlement located along B9 coastal road with steep mountainous slopes on the landward side and the flat residential terrain on the seaward side, is an area highly susceptible to runoff-driven flooding. A full-fledged drain project is being implemented by the NDU with consultancy support from Lux Consult. The design for the drain project has already been completed and is presently at land acquisition stage. Same is expected to be finalized by March 2026. Once all clearances will be available, the NDU will request for funding to proceed with the bidding exercise and implement the project, which is estimated to cost some 60 million rupees.
Thank you. It's all right. Okay, members, time is up. The table has been advised. The following PQs have been withdrawn. 1B, 1016, 1018, 1026, 1006, 1029, 1008, 1022, 1014, 1007, 1010, 1024, 1009, 1012, 1025, 1013, 1019, 1028, 1030, 1015. I hope there's no mistake because it's quite long.
Motion.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Prime Minister. Motion.
Madam Speaker, I move that all the business in today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Thank you. Motion is seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Minister.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I wish to make a statement in relation to the drug hold of 433.10 kilograms of a white substance suspected to be cocaine, which is estimated, the street value is estimated at 6.5 billion rupees on the boat vessel Alpha Bravery. On Friday, the 7th of November, in the evening, the police headquarters received information that parcels suspected to contain drugs have been found on board of Alpha Bravery by the captain. Acting promptly on this information, the National Coast Guard initiated continuous tracking of the vessel using its operational surveillance systems and established communication with the ship's master. Alpha Bravery left Brazil on the 7th of October 2025 and was proceeding towards Singapore with a load of iron ore. His final destination was scheduled to be China. The vessel sailed under the flag of Greece, having on board 23 crew members, including 6 Hellenics, 1 Russian, and 17 Filipinos. After having found suspected drug parcels on board, Alpha Bravery contacted the designated person ashore of the shipping company based in Greece and requested for bunkering in Mauritius. Given the potential magnitude of the threat, the Commissioner of Police directed the activation of a multi-agency response involving the National Coast Guard, the NCG Maritime Intelligence Cell, the National Coast Guard Marcos, which is the Indian Navy's Marine Commando Force, the Anti-Drug and Smuggling Unit, the Special Mobile Force, the Mauritius Revenue, the Scene of Crime Office, the IT Unit, the K9 Unit, and the Elite Marine Commanders. A detailed operational plan was formulated to safely intercept the vessel, prevent any destruction or transfer of evidence at sea, and ensure the safety of all the personnel involved. On the same day, that is on Saturday, the 8th of November, NGC commandos boarded the Alpha Bravery from the police helicopter. They winched them down. Thereafter, the vessel headed towards Port Louis Harbour under escort of National Coast Guard. Alpha Bravery dropped anchorage at about 2 nautical miles off the port limit on Sunday, the 9th of November 2025 in the morning. The police and customs anti-narcotic sections boarded the vessel and met with the master, a Greek national. 2 hours after anchorage, lawyer Aniswar Rajdayal, whose services had been retained by Indo-Oceanic local shipping agent of Alpha Bravery, boarded the cargo vessel. The master of the Alpha Bravery related that he was informed by the chief officer to the effect that on Friday, the 7th of November 2025, whilst the chief engineer was carrying out a routine check in the engine room, he came across 15 suspected abnormal plastic parcels, each secured with a life jacket. The suspected parcels were concealed in the cofferdam of the engine room. The designation person ashore of the shipping company, which is based in Greece, instructed the master to cause the door of the engine room to be welded for security reasons. Upon the instruction of the police on Saturday, the 8th of November, the welded door of the engine of Alpha Bravery was cut open. There were 15 suspected plastic parcels. A search in the cofferdam of the engine room revealed the presence of a raffia bag containing spare batteries, ropes, as well as several ignition lights. All these were secured. It is obvious, Madam Speaker, that the life jackets and other materials found on board were to be used for offloading in the sea of these drugs. This is a well-known modus operandi among transnational drug traffickers and the means to recover drugs in the high seas to evade security patrols. The parcels found on board by the police were cut. It was found to contain a white substance suspected to be a dangerous drug, to wit, cocaine. The crew members all denied knowledge thereof. DNA swabbing of the parcels were conducted by the police. The police also enlisted the collaboration of other jurisdictions to determine the possible ramifications in this case. Madam Speaker, as I have stated to the House on a number of occasions, the nefarious environment fueled by drugs, drug addiction, drug trafficking, and other drug-related crimes that the previous government has left as legacy is alarming. As stated in the House previously, the previous government failed to act on information it received on the suspicious movement of ships probably transporting illegal substance crossing our waters. At one point in June 2024, there were 2 ships crossing our shores, one headed to Seychelles and the other one heading to Mauritius. The one that went to Seychelles was arraigned by the Seychelles authorities, and 900 kilograms of narcotics was seized on that vessel. However, the ship advancing in our waters was allowed to move freely. The police was made aware of this information, but it turned a deaf ear, much to the disappointment of the Regional Maritime Information Center, a center which is dedicated to the coordination of the regional operations at sea with respect to maritime safety and security in the Western Indian Ocean. Now we can all guess why the police in this country did nothing while Seychelles intercepted the other vessel. In the case of Alpha Bravery, this action by the Mauritian police constitutes a record-breaking seizure in our fight against narcotics trafficking. It raises the legitimate question as to why such an operation has never been undertaken during the past 10 years, especially when it is common knowledge that transnational drug trafficking knows no frontiers and that our region is not spared from that scourge. It is known that numerous vessels regularly cross the southern seas with the probability that some are involved in criminal activities carrying drugs across our waters. If we have been able to effect such a seizure, this is due to the immediate action following receipt of information indicating the presence of a dodgy vessel, possibly with drugs, near our waters. Madam Speaker, the Alpha Bravery operation demonstrated outstanding interagency coordination, tactical efficiency, and operational discipline. From the very outset, monitoring, tracking, and coordination of the entire operation was undertaken in a professional and an exemplary manner by the CP and the teams of National Coast Guard, Marcos Commanders, ATSU, and SOCO teams, the MRA, and also K4 units. With the support of the Mauritius Port Authority, all contributed to this remarkable success. I wish to express my deepest appreciation to every officer involved in this complex and high-risk operation. Their actions, conducted in full compliance with established standard operating procedures and international maritime law, ensured both the safety of all the personnel and the preservation of crucial evidence. This seizure, which is one of the most significant in the recent times, sends a strong message to international trafficking networks that Mauritius will not tolerate the use of its maritime domain for illicit activities. Our agency will continue to defend our territorial integrity with professionalism, courage, and resolve. I reaffirm, Madam Speaker, the government's steadfast commitment to combating drug trafficking and transnational organized crime. We shall continue to strengthen interagency cooperation, invest in intelligence capabilities, and enhance training and technology to safeguard our people, our economy, and our reputation as the law-abiding nation. The success of Operation MV Alpha Bravery stands as a proud example of what can be achieved when our security forces act with unity of purpose, guided by integrity, discipline, and patriotism. That is also why, during my official visit to India, I asked for the assistance of India for the control of our now very extensive maritime EEZ. And India, Madam Speaker, has kindly agreed to our request, and we are thankful to India. There should be no doubt as to the unflinching resolve of government to combat drug trafficking. Madame la Présidente, en tant que chef de gouvernement, je voudrais dire haut et fort devant cette auguste assemblée que nous continuerons à être impitoyables contre la mafia antiquaire.
Thank you very much, Honourable Prime Minister. May I suggest that we break now, and then we can come back to the bills? Thank you.
Public bills, first reading.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Police Amendment Bill number 27 of 2025 be read the first time.
The motion seconded. Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Court's Amendment Bill number 28 of 2025 be read a first time.
Yes, motion needs to be seconded. Thank you.
Second reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Police Amendment Bill number 27 of 2025 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, the Police Amendment Bill, this Police Amendment Bill is both urgent and historic in its purpose. It is designed not merely to amend the law, but to redefine the capacity of our police force, restore public confidence, and correct the systemic failings that have hindered police inquiries and ultimately plagued delivering justice in our country for far, far too long. The Police Act of 1974 has been the foundation of policing in Mauritius for over 50 years. While this legislation at the time served our nation well, the nature of crime has changed dramatically since its enactment. Today, the police force faces unprecedented challenges posed by transnational and technology-driven offenses. These crimes are complex, sophisticated, and often borderless, exploiting globalization and technology in ways that outstrip the reach of conventional investigative methods and local resources alone. Under Section 9 of the Police Act, one of the primary duties of the police is to prevent and detect offenses. This provision was drafted at a time when criminal activity was largely localized and investigations couldn't be conducted with familiar parameters. However, offenses such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, money laundering, cybercrime, and other complex criminal enterprises have become increasingly prevalent. These are not only sophisticated in execution, but also frequently involve networks operating across multiple jurisdictions, leveraging advanced technology and financial instruments to evade detection. Criminal organizations have grown, we all know, in sophistication, and without modern tools, Mauritius is falling behind in the fight against these threats. The investigations of serious and long-standing unresolved cases, such as the Kisnan case and the Nadine Dantan case and other cold cases, are often beyond the capacity of local expertise alone. These are intricate matters that require specialized skills and a knowledge of how to deploy them, for example, in digital forensics, communications technology, and financial analysis, skills that without external support are not practically available locally. The existing Police Act does not provide the Commissioner with the authority to engage foreign investigative expertise, and as a result, local officers, despite the dedication and professionalism, have at times been constrained in their ability to resolve these cases efficiently. This limitation has not only delayed justice, but in some instances allowed criminals and their networks to operate with impunity, undermining both public confidence and national security. Madam Speaker, the House will recall the Kisnan case, an MSM political agent, a matter that has long symbolized the failures, or I should say deliberate failures, of the previous regime. Under the former government, this inquiry was mismanaged and deliberately misled the public, with critical leads ignored, investigative protocols circumvented, and opportunities to bring clarity to the matter squandered. What was clearly a case of homicide was made to appear to be a case of suicide. Had the people not booted them out, it would have remained a case of suicide. Nobody would have known. No further investigation would have been made, and that would have been that. The very able magistrate who presided the judicial inquiry was, as reported in the press, unforgiving about how the police who investigated the case were unprofessional, and that it, and I quote what was said in the press, it marks a new level of incompetence. So incompetent they were. Families of the victims were left in anguish. No answers. There was no closure. And the public confidence in the integrity of law enforcement was severely eroded. This government, in contrast, is determined to rectify those past mistakes, ensuring that every aspect of the investigation is conducted transparently, professionally, and in full accordance with the law. We already know, and I mentioned it the other day, that forensic experts abroad have already concluded that it was not suicide, but murder. By empowering the police to retain specialized investigative officers from overseas in serious and complex cases, we will contribute to restoring institutional rigor into important police inquiries, and we will finally pursue justice in cases that the previous administration tried to cover up. Bringing in experts from abroad with specialized skills, independence, and international experience to assist our police in the reopening of this case and in other major inquiries will make possible the pursuit of all leads available and the thorough investigation of matters which by reason of passage of time may become very difficult to unravel. I'll give you an example, and I've witnessed this. For example, somebody tried to destroy his mobile phone. He burnt the phone and threw it in the sea. This was found by the police in the UK, I'm talking about that. The phone was destroyed by fire. They managed to get the information out of that phone. We intend to do this here as well, with the expertise. Just as those whose loved ones are affected by disease, the victims of those who are injured are affected by crime. They could not care less about the identity or the nationality of the police officers who bring them assistance in their hour of need and find out who is the guilty. They cry out for justice. This is what matters to them. Who is finding out, it doesn't matter for them. This is what we're trying to do. Just like my honourable friends who are doctors here, when somebody is very ill, you don't go and see whether he's from which community or which color. You want the best doctor. This is exactly what we're doing here with the police force. This measure and the radical and far-reaching reforms we will bring forward in the coming month will provide us with the best chance of answering their cries. The proposed amendment to Section 22 of the Police Act directly addresses these challenges. A new subsection 1A is being introduced, which provides that, 1, the Commissioner of Police may retain the services of foreign specialized investigative officers to carry out complex or serious criminal inquiries. This does not prevent a local policeman to be there, but he may retain the services of a foreign specialized investigating officer. 2, such officers shall act under the direction and control of the Commissioner of Police or any other police officer designated by him. 3, then specialized investigative officers will have no powers of arrest. And 4, eligibility to serve as a specialized investigative officer will be restricted to persons who have served in the foreign law enforcement authority and who have demonstrated specialist expertise in the type of inquiry for which their services are retained. Madam Speaker, I stress that these foreign specialized investigative officers will be under the direct control of the Commissioner of Police or any other police officer designated by him. They will not be able to initiate or decide upon any police inquiry, but will instead carry out specific, complex, or serious criminal inquiries as directed by the Commissioner of Police or any police officer designated by the Commissioner. As I mentioned, these foreign specialized investigative officers will have no powers of arrest. And as I've said, this reform is part of a broader legislative and institutional program that we shall bring forward shortly that will transform our law enforcement, strengthen the rule of law, and restore institutional integrity. It complements the recent interim amendments to the Financial Crimes Commission Act of 2023, which were immediately necessary to address the deliberate and structural weaknesses inserted and inherited from the previous administration. Under the previous government, investigations into complex financial crimes were frequently delayed, completely mismanaged, or allowed to stagnate owing to overlapping mandates, unclear line of accountability, and frequent confusion over prosecutorial authority. Cases went unresolved for years, creating a perception that financial and other malfeasance could occur with impunity. The FCC amendments have corrected these failings decisively by restoring the primacy of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Those amendments ensured that prosecutions are coherent, consistent, and subject to rigorous oversight. Cooperation between the police and the FCC has now been strengthened, closing loopholes that previously allowed suspects to evade justice. Above all, our reforms will signal to the public that no person, however influential, is beyond scrutiny and that our institutions are capable of acting decisively and independently. These measures are more than technical adjustments. They are systemic correction of past errors, restoring integrity and public trust in the administration of justice. Madam Speaker, let me be clear. This government is not merely tinkering with the law. We are correcting the failures of the past, restoring professionalism and accountability, and sending a clear message. Mauritius will no longer tolerate delays, inefficiency, or institutional inadequacy. Families of victims, citizens who are concerned about the integrity of our institutions, and our international partners must have confidence that justice will be delivered, the rule of law will be upheld, and justice will be delivered on time, not in 10 years' time, as we have seen these days. This bill aligns fully with the government program of 2025-2029, which commits to modernizing our institutions, enhancing law enforcement capacity, and reinforcing public trust. By enabling the engagement of international experts, strengthening investigative capacity, and linking reforms to broader legislative measures, such as the FCC amendments and the coming law enforcement transformation, we will ensure that our law enforcement agencies are prepared for the challenges of the modern criminal landscape. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this police amendment bill is necessary so that critical inquiries can benefit from the expertise it will enable the police to bring to bear. It empowers the Commissioner of Police to take effective action in cases of complex crime, addresses unresolved cold cases, and strengthens institutional integrity while helping to restore the public's faith in justice. It complements recent legal changes that have corrected systemic failings and prepares the ground for our further transformative reforms, which will firmly situate Mauritius as a nation where the rule of law is paramount and where justice is timely, independent, and impartial. This is our contract with the country, Madam Speaker, and the bill shows that we shall not flinch from fulfilling that promise. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. Needs to be seconded, as usual. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Honourable Seaburn, yes.
Thank you, Madam the Speaker. Madam the Speaker, I rise today in full support of the proposed Police Amendment Bill introduced by the Honourable Prime Minister. This bill has a profound importance to the functioning of the law enforcement in our Republic. This bill comes at a time when we must strengthen the capacity of the Mauritius Police Force to deal with increasingly complex forms of crime while ensuring that the rights of individuals remain protected, upholding our democratic institutions and the rule of law. The existing Police Act does not allow the Commissioner of Police to engage or retain services of foreign investigators, as the Honourable Prime Minister said earlier. Madam the Speaker, henceforth, this bill will empower the Commissioner of Police to retain services of foreign specialized investigative officers under its direction and control so as to enhance the investigative capacity of the police in dealing with inquiries in serious and complex criminal cases, and put a clear and transparent process within the bounds of our constitutional right so as to modernize and restructure the police work. I strongly believe, Madam the Speaker, that this can mark a positive step in the renewal of our justice system that fosters public confidence. This is more than a legal reform, as it says to every Mauritian, rich or poor, powerful or ordinary, that in our republic, the law stands above all to serve the vulnerable and uphold the rule of law. Madam the Speaker, justice has no borders. In today's world, crime does not stop at our shores. We face frequent criminal cyber intrusions, international money laundering, and drug trafficking leading to violent criminal offenses. We heard earlier in the House the statement of the Honourable Prime Minister highlighting the legacy of drug problem left by the previous government, which is alarming and need to be tackled urgently. This bill sends a strong signal to the public that this government intends to keep pace with those developments. This is about acquiring expertise and not interference. By bringing in foreign investigators under the supervision of the Commissioner of Police, our officers will be acquiring specialized knowledge and best international practice to deal with complex cases that require advanced technical and foreign expertise, which will ultimately serve the public interest and the fight for justice in Mauritius. Madam the Speaker, public trust is essential. When citizens believe that police investigations are competent, they are fair and transparent, they are more likely to cooperate. The bill provides the opportunity for the Mauritius Police Force to demonstrate that competence and fairness. The bill recognizes the need to reform our investigative capacity in complex criminal cases, and this is consistent with a broader shift towards aligning our system with international standards that will enhance public confidence so that every investigation is impartial, is thorough, and beyond suspicion. Madam the Speaker, this bill serves as a stepping stone towards a more comprehensive reform with a prudent approach, ensuring that there is institutional clarity and competence to meet the end of justice. Specialized foreign investigators will work hand in hand with our national police. They will transfer knowledge, they will share techniques, and this will enhance our local capacity so that in time our own officers can handle even the most sophisticated crimes. Madam the Speaker, this bill provides for the foreign specialized investigative officers to act under the direction and control of the Commissioner of Mauritius Police Force, to carry out police inquiries in complex criminal cases. The bill does not create any parallel avenue beyond normal oversight, simply because experts are foreign. The bill ensures that those assisting have limited scope. As noted, they will have no powers of arrest, and they will properly integrate under the Police Commissioner's direction. Madam the Speaker, this approach shows that Mauritius is confident and not insecure. We are a mature democracy, promoting transparency and accountability. We are ready to face the truth, whatever it may be. This is the mark of a strong and responsible nation. Madam the Speaker, the objective of our government is simple, that no crime, no matter how complex, powerful or hidden, cannot go undetected or unpunished. By welcoming foreign expertise and cooperation, we are sending a clear message that in Mauritius, justice will always prevail. Madam the Speaker, in an era where criminality are complex and serious, we must ensure that justice remains one step ahead. Retaining foreign investigators is not a sign of weakness, but rather a sign of wisdom. It gives our citizens confidence that every investigation will be fair, it will be transparent and professional. This is how we strengthen our institution, by learning, by collaborating, and by never compromising on the truth. This bill should not be viewed in isolation. It sits within the broader reform agenda of the government in modernizing the criminal justice process in complex cases. Madam the Speaker, allow me further to address a matter of great importance, that the proposal to retain services of foreign investigators within our national system of law enforcement is not a question of capacity, but rather it is a question of credibility and collaboration. The world of crime today has changed. Criminal networks are sophisticated, transnational, and often backed by vast financial resources, making it more difficult for our local investigators to gather evidence. To fight them effectively, Mauritius must be ready to tap into global expertise as demonstration of strength and transparency. Madam the Speaker, let me say this, that we are proud of our dedicated local investigators, but when we invite foreign experts to collaborate in complex, serious criminal cases, we are not undermining our police force. We are, in fact, empowering it. Foreign investigators will bring specialized knowledge and advanced technology with international best practices that can enhance our local investigations and help to build the capacity of our own officers through skills transfer and joint operations. In a democracy, justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done. Madam the Speaker, by involving independent experts in criminal cases, we are sending a clear signal to our citizens and to the international community that Mauritius has nothing to hide, that we are committed to uncovering the truth, and that no crime will go undetected or unpunished regardless of who is involved. This amendment will therefore strengthen public confidence in our institution and reinforce the reputation of Mauritius as a country governed by the rule of law. This bill makes it clear that such collaboration will remain under the full authority and supervision of the Commissioner of Police. The sovereignty of Mauritius will never be compromised. The foreign officers will strictly operate within the legal framework and for the specific purposes authorized under this bill. Madam the Speaker, we are not alone with this amendment to the legislation. Even the greatest nations in the world, like the United Kingdom, the United States, France, India, and Australia, have all at times sought the expertise of foreign investigators in the interests of truth and justice. They did so not because the institutions were weak, but because they were strong enough to be transparent. Mauritius can do the same with confidence and without hesitation. Madam the Speaker, before I conclude, I wish to place on record my sincere thanks to the Honourable Prime Minister for his leadership, for his vision and determination in bringing this important amendment to the police bill before the House. It is about protecting our citizens, protecting our families and our democracy. It shows that this government has the courage to act when it matters most in defense of justice. It reflects a clear and courageous vision, a vision of a Mauritius where law enforcement is modern, it is professional and accountable, where justice is above politics, and where no crime can go undetected. This is the kind of reform that strengthens our democracy and reassures our people, where they can have full confidence in the institutions that protect them. Madam the Speaker, I truly believe that one day that history will remember this reform as a turning point, where Mauritius chose to strengthen the rule of law, to open itself to global expertise, and to reaffirm that justice in our country is firm and fearless. We are moving forward in building a nation where our citizens feel protected, where institutions are trusted, and where the guilty can no longer hide in the shadows. I therefore urge all the members of this House to come together in support of this bill so as to make our country safer, stronger, and prouder. Madam the Speaker, with these words, I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Junior Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. Let me explain the context prompting the presentation of the bill of today. Let me, Madam Speaker, remind members of the House that 11th November, in a way, is the Liberation Day. You know fully why it is a Liberation Day. We must thank the enlightened electorate, as mentioned by the Prime Minister, which has uprooted the unprecedented dictatorship and rogue state put in place by the previous regime. The black period of our history was marred also by alleged extrajudicial killings, like the cases of late Mr. Kisnen, as alluded by the Prime Minister. Not only Mr. Kisnen, but also late Mr. Kanakia and Mrs. Bunyakak, and so many others. We have witnessed, unfortunately, unprecedented alleged judicial killings, which have not been elucidated. And here I reiterate my sympathy and condolences to the bereaved families. I use the term alleged extrajudicial killings, but let us see the findings of the bold magistrate regarding the judicial inquiry which took place, and which speak volume and speak for itself. In a nutshell, Madam Speaker, the bold magistrate found that the death was not a suicide. She described the case as a clear case of criminal homicide, and our Prime Minister mentioned about murder. Possibly there was murder. The inquiry report also criticized, don't forget, the conduct of the police investigation. We all know that there were attempts of cover-up. We all know that Mr. Kisnen was a prime political agent in number 8. The magistrate qualified the handling of the case by the police, very strong term, as abhorrent, that is, repugnant. It marked unprecedented incompetence and attempts to cover up. Who attempted to cover up? You all know who attempted to cover up. Who wanted to be Prime Minister and at the same time, judge at the same time? The report found serious deficiencies, missing footage, poor management of evidence, defalcation of papers in the hands of the victim. In light of the report, the DPP, as you know, intimated the police to carry out in-depth inquiry. Unfortunately, this was not carried out. The Prime Minister, our actual Prime Minister, promised to rope in foreign investigators, and this is being done today. We have to walk the talk. A number of speakers during previous debates mentioned about that. This was being done in the past on an unofficial and ad hoc basis without the proper legal framework and safeguard measures. For example, in the past, if we were having recourse to foreign investigators, unfortunately, evidence of such investigators could not be admissible. Now, the objective of the bill, you will see that the Police Amendment Bill represents an important opportunity to modernize our investigative system, and very, very important is to restore public confidence in our law enforcement. While some police officers, we have to acknowledge, display courage and dedication in their daily duties, unfortunately, some do not do the same. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that our investigative framework remains outdated in many respects. We continue to rely excessively on confessions and provisional charges, often at the expense of robust evidence-based investigations. And I lay emphasis on this concept of evidence-based investigations, which is very, very important. When confessions are later retracted or declared inadmissible, unfortunately, cases collapse. The over-reliance on confessions, you will see, Madam Speaker, reflect systemic shortcomings, insufficient training in investigative techniques, and also a lack of advanced forensic capacity and limited access to modern equipment. Our training system, although improving over time, still does not provide officers with specialized competency-based development in investigation. And in many advanced jurisdictions, detectives must follow clear professional pathways that include modules in crime scene management, digital forensics, financial investigations, and evidence handling. It is true that we have many capable and qualified officers, including more than 500 with degrees in police studies and law. At one time, as the head of the law department with the Mauritius Police Force, the University of Portsmouth, and the blessings of Mr. Dan Bima and the CP, Mr. Gopal Singh, and also Dr. Navin Ramgoolam, who was then Prime Minister, and of course, still Prime Minister, we trained more than 350 police officers, crowned with a BSc in police studies. Unfortunately, what we have seen over the years, they are too often underutilized and seldom promoted to positions of command based on merit and competence. This must change, and we are here to build a credible, modern police force and also a more modern investigative force. People with qualifications, Madam Speaker, and experience should get fast-track promotion like it was done with cadet inspectors. And I would recommend here a two-tier system of recruitment and also promotion. It is important, I believe, that on one hand, we focus more on physical criteria and possibly lower qualifications, and I would make that special recommendation to the Prime Minister. But on the other hand, it is also important to focus for some people, especially those in the investigative department, to focus more on qualifications, IQ, and experience, and possibly then lesser physical qualities. Another very important point, Madam Speaker, we find out that in Mauritius, for many, many years, there have been major limitations in our forensic infrastructure. Mauritius depends heavily on the forensic science laboratory, which certainly plays a crucial role, but lacks the full range of specialization found in modern forensic institute, forensic medicine, DNA analysis, digital forensics, and ballistics are areas that demand continuous investment in both people and technology. A well-equipped forensic laboratory, independent, very important, accredited, and technologically advanced is vital for building cases that can stand up in court. Without it, even the best intention investigations are hamstrung by the lack of scientific support. Now, what we see also, what we have to address in the future, we must also acknowledge a shortage of modern investigative tools, for example, 3D scene scanners, digital evidence laboratories, to proper crime scene mapping, and also imaging equipment. These technologies, Madam Speaker, are standard in leading agencies, not only to enhance accuracy, but also to ensure transparency and accountability. I'm sure in the future, besides trying to rope in foreign investigators, we have also to embrace international best practices and see the role models internationally, but also at the regional level. There is much we can learn from international best practices. And certainly, the Prime Minister referred before to the United Kingdom. And also, I will also refer to Netherlands, not only United Kingdom. Singapore, Germany stand out as global leaders in investigative science and techniques. The United Kingdom, as you know, through Scotland Yard and the College of Policing, pioneered the peace model of investigative interviewing, an evidence-based approach that avoids coercion and focuses more on reliable, admissible statements. The Netherlands, as you know, hosts one of the world's most sophisticated forensic institutes, the NFI, which integrates over 40 forensic disciplines with a rigorous, very important, rigorous quality control framework. Singapore also has invested massively in digital and forensic innovation through its home team science and technology agency, while Germany's Federal Criminal Office runs one of the world's most comprehensive forensic systems, serving as a model of scientific integrity and efficiency. Now, we should not only look at the European countries. I think also within Africa, South Africa offers a useful regional reference. Despite its challenges, South Africa possesses, as you know, Madam Speaker, the continent's most advanced forensic and digital investigative capacity, particularly through the AUX Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation. And I believe that targeted cooperation with South Africa, especially in areas like DNA and organized crime investigations, could bring practical regional benefits. Now, at the same time that we are trying to rope in foreign investigators, it is important to have the proper regulation and also domestic oversight. That said, any collaboration with foreign investigators must be strictly regulated. And this is what has been done by the Prime Minister and his team who prepared the law. Their role should be, I lay emphasis on that, to support, not to supplant our national institutions. They must operate under the clear authority and the supervision of the Commissioner of Police and senior Mauritian officers. Foreign investigators should have no powers of arrest. This was mentioned rightly so and hammered by the Prime Minister. No powers of search and seizure. The mandate must remain very technical and advisory. All evidence collected or processed must comply fully with Mauritian law. Of chain of custody protocols must be safeguarded by our own officers. Recourse to foreign investigators does not mean to flout the golden principle of rule of law, and also I will hammer that we have to be fully compliant with human rights. We have to reconcile the tracking of crimes and also respect for human rights is of critical utmost importance. And we have to comply with Section 10 of the Constitution. In short, foreign assistance must serve our sovereignty, but not certainly to weaken it. So advanced investigative techniques can and must coexist with constitutional safeguards. Modern policing in democratic societies depends not on coercion, but on precision, on science, documentation, and respect for the due process of law. Every foreign expert deployed in Mauritius must therefore comply with our own legal standards and the universal principles of justice and dignity. Now, obviously, there is the clear intention of government to seek foreign investigators. In spite of the intention, there was no legal framework to rope in foreign investigators. Now this is being done. The government has already expressed its readiness to seek foreign expertise from renowned agencies such as Scotland Yard, but also from other countries, not only Scotland Yard. We have good experts from India, from South Africa, especially in serious and sensitive cases. For example, the unresolved matters involving Mr. Kisnan, late Mr. Kisnan, Mr. Kanakia, and so many others. These cases, Madam Speaker, unfortunately have deeply affected public confidence. This was mentioned by my colleagues. And it is right that the Prime Minister intends to demonstrate that such alleged crimes will not go uninvestigated. The involvement of respected foreign experts in these specified cases would show that Mauritius, the government, means business and is serious about transparency and accountability. Now, we have to be careful. It doesn't mean that if we are amending the law, this is a panacea or miracle solution. Obviously, it is not a miracle solution. However, we must be clear, recourse to foreign investigators will solve to a great extent our problems. Lasting progress will come only, and I lay emphasis on that, through structural reforms and also massive investment at home. This will take time inevitably. That means building our own forensic capacity, modernizing our equipment, professionalizing our investigative ranks. It also means rewarding merit over political affiliation, over community or creed. The future of policing in Mauritius must be based on competence and integrity.
Minister, are you
So I will
time is almost up for you.
Yeah, so thank you for your attention, Madam Speaker. And so I will rest my submission here, and I commend the bill.
Thank you. Honourable Minister Pentia. We all keep an eye on the time.
Madam Speaker, I start by quoting. The object of this bill is to amend the Police Act so as to empower the Commissioner of Police. This, Madam Speaker, it speaks of itself, the very object of today's bill before the House. I stand, Madam Speaker, to contribute in today's debate on the Police Amendment Bill number 27. Yes, number 27 of 2025. Before the House, which is far more than a technical amendment. It stands as an essential component of this government's broader reform agenda, aimed at modernizing, professionalizing, and restoring public confidence in our law enforcement institutions. This bill may appear simple in its form, yet it carries with it profound moral and institutional significance. It reflects this government's resolve to restore justice, accountability, and the rule of law, particularly in the wake of heinous, unsolved crimes that have for too long haunted our conscience as a nation. How can we not feel for the families of the public officers who lost their lives in suspicious circumstances, to say the least? The following names come to mind, Madam Speaker. Jari Vijayanand, 18th June 2020, falling at Wedding Muse building in Port Louis from the 11th floor. He was a procurement officer at the NDU at the time. The report described this incident as décès après une chute, rather than a clear suicide or deliberate act, reported Les Mauriciens of the day. Late Sarah Boitier, again 2020. She was at the time working as a typist and administrative employee at the then Prime Minister's office. She was found with a scarf around her neck, hanging by the handle of a cabinet in the kitchen. That also in the wake of all the discrepancies and unequivocally questionable incidents concerning procurement incidents. Her death occurred within days of several other suspicious deaths of civil servants in the late 20s. We have mentioned the case of Kanakia, of Pravin Kanakia. Some commentators on this case linked Boitier's death to a wider set of suspicious deaths, among others. Madam Speaker, speaking of Pravin Kanakia, besides what was said about him, let me please bring this before the House. His body was found on the 11th of December 2020 at Roche-Kipler, with a different set of clothes that he was found in Réduit at his workplace. The official autopsy carried by Dr. Sudeskumar Gangadin attributed the cause of death to a traumatic subarachnoid hemorrhage, i.e., bleeding in the brain due to trauma. This was reported in the media. An investigation by the MCIT and subsequent judicial inquiry were opened to clarify the circumstances. During the hearings, the medical experts gave evidence that the injuries were consistent with blunt force trauma rather than natural cause of suicide alone. I quote, "The victim had 16 injuries on the body. The victim was already dead when the body fell into the water. This is not a case of drowning." End of quote. Dr. Gangadin reported in 5+. Yet, the police is still maintaining the official line that the death is a suicide. The SP in charge said, and I quote, "The police studied 4 different possibilities and avenues before concluding to suicide," end of quote, despite the medical evidence casting doubt. Madam Speaker, we mentioned the case of Mrs. Munyarat. Mrs. Munyarat once more was concerned with cases of procurement. She climbed on a chair at the roof of the registrar building and then jumped off that. What is deplorable about the circumstances of this sad incident? The then Minister of Public Service came to this house and revealed confidential medical report, alleged confidential medical report of the late person. It was allegedly said that this person was suffering from depression. The family stood strong to deny such claims. This person's case is still unresolved. Madam Speaker, we have got the case of, finally, I must say, I shall add to it, of Mr. Kanakia, of Mr. Subramanian Kistan. This case was in 2020. The backdrop of all the cases brings this case into another aspect and forces us to look at it from this perspective. Mr. Kistan was no one else but the agent of the MSM in the constituency number 8, Moka Quartier Militaire. He was no one else but who worked closely day in, day out with the then Prime Minister Pravin Jagnnath. It is in his place that they sat for tea and for breaks. It is his family that catered for them, as well as Mr. Sominaden and Mrs. Lachman. And yet, this person was found, this person's body was found in a field calcinated. Rather hastily, the police at the time classified the case as a suicide case. Had it not been for a competent member of the bench, had it not been for a magistrate who feared nothing, had it not been for a magistrate who was in search of the truth, the judicial inquiry, we would have perhaps stayed at the stage of suicide. She uncovered and revealed to us the failings of a system of investigation. The Prime Minister earlier on mentioned the word deliberate. I believe he was not deliberate in mentioning the word deliberate. This is in fact palpable, open and shut, deliberately closing a case where it shouldn't be closed. Madam Speaker, such cases, such instances, such heinous crimes calls upon us to be cautious, to answer to the legitimate expectations of the people of our country. The government stands resolute in its commitment to bring perpetrators to justice and to uphold a zero-tolerance policy against crime, corruption, and impunity. A pledge made to the people who, with faith and conviction, renewed their trust with us. How symbolic it is, Madam Speaker, that this bill is being presented on the 11th of November, a date that coincides exactly 1 year after the landslide victory at the elections of November 2024 of the people of our country. A victory of renewal, a victory of integrity, a victory of hope. Madam Speaker, the Police Amendment Bill number 27 of 2025 seeks to amend Section 22 of the Police Act, as I said, to empower the Commissioner of Police to retain the services of foreign specialized investigative officers to assist in complex or serious criminal inquiries. As said by Honourable Seaburn, these experts will operate under the direction and control of the Commissioner of Police of our country or a designated officer. They will have no powers of arrest. Their function will be to assist and strengthen investigative capacity, to bring technical expertise, and to inject scientific credibility into the conduct of serious and complex investigations. The intention is to reinforce our police force, to enable it to work alongside specialists who possess the forensic and analytical sophistication required by modern-day criminal investigations. Madam Speaker, our police force has always been a pivotal institution in maintaining law and order. Its members serve courageously across the island. Yet, we must confront reality with honesty and courage. Over the past decade, we have witnessed an erosion in investigative competence, often deliberate, I repeat myself with this word, and this is not a mere political statement. Madam Speaker, it is an observation echoed by the population. I have considered the book Forensics in Paradise, a Mauritian Odyssey by Dr. Satish Buller. In his book, Dr. Buller lays bare the systemic failures of our investigative political system. Crime scenes left unsealed, evidence mishandled, external political pressures, and a lack of scientific rigor. He recounts how, amongst others, in the Basset Blanc case, essential forensic details such as post-mortem timing and larval evidence were ignored. Madam Speaker, in the end, our past and recent history of unresolved criminal cases is not just the path left by the past decade. It is a burden on our collective conscience today. This bill, though seemingly straightforward, carries profound weight. It is our collective acknowledgement that the time of complacency and silence must come to an end. If we do nothing, we become accomplices in the injustice that has claimed too many innocent lives. That, Madam Speaker, would be an affront to our belief in the sanctity of human values, in the sanctity of human lives, and in the face of the rule of law. Let this bill be concrete evidence for the 27th time before the House that human lives is above pure, basic, unsupported political decisions. Let it be a sign that this government stands for ethics, it stands for courage, it stands for its commitment to truth. Let us operate within the bounds of law, guided by justice and not by convenience. Let this bill be a pathway for shared experience. Let this bill be an opportunity for a police force to learn and train amidst foreign, specialized, experienced investigators to be more efficient. The time has come to restore faith, rebuild integrity, and reclaim trust in our institutions. With these words, Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Yes. Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I'm rather sorry that the Leader of the Opposition and the Whip of the Opposition have chosen to stay away when we are debating a very important bill, the amendment to the Police Act. It's not because only one provision is being amended that this bill is not significant. It is a bill which is full of significance and means a lot. And Prime Minister has committed and given a firm commitment that justice will not be delayed. Justice will be done. And he has stated, without fear or prejudice, that we will not tolerate a culture of impunity. And it's a message being sent loud and clear to those who have got away with heinous crimes. But they will not get away now with heinous crime or illicit trafficking, and they've started to quake in their boots. Undetected crime will not remain a mystery, irrespective of complexity. The rule of law has to prevail, and we are instilling confidence in the minds of people. For far too long, people in this country have been living in fear. And no one, Madam Speaker, no citizens like a case closure. Government is determined to walk the talk, to unravel complex criminal cases. And the investigation becomes less arduous because of mutual legal assistance and extradition treaty we have signed with many countries, especially with Commonwealth countries. France is a willing partner of a mutual legal assistance, but not of extradition. And the bill was a promise made to the nation to bring to justice suspects in the Kisnan case and other criminal cases. And let me quote, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister Dr. Navin Ramgoolam has reiterated his dissatisfaction with the initial management of this inquiry and has vowed that the truth will be pursued relentlessly, ensuring that justice is served not only for the family of Subramania Kisnen, but for the entire nation, Madam Speaker. They are unresolved cases because of gross interference from a corrupt regime. There was an era of forced dawn over law and order during the MSM regime. Collusion in flagrant violation of separation of power was inevitable because of state capture. The decadent, filthy regime set up the political arm of the executive to threaten, to frame, and made arbitrary arrests with the duplicity of police force, with the duplicity of special teams within the police force. Special striking team will no longer strike at political opponents. The former Commissioner of Police was a lackey of the MSM-led regime, and the MSM in government had been a curse and the curse of the nation, and was involved in shady deals and never dared to address forcefully and frontally transnational crime. It had a culture and still has a culture of perverting the course of justice. The CP, we have trust in him in the light of arrests made over drugs which was discovered on board a ship. The CP will follow the trail to detect with the services of expert those who have perpetrated the crimes. And let me refer to two cases which were deliberately closed. The ICAC U-turn on Medpoint, Madam Speaker, was shocking. And I quote, "The Medpoint case is a shadow looming over the Prime Minister, Pravin Jagnnath, and his ruling MSM party. And in an election year, the London-based Privy Council is supposed to decide whether or not Jagnnath broke anti-corruption laws by taking part in the buying of a decrepit clinic partly owned by his own sister. The first time that a sitting Prime Minister is facing such a trial in the history of Mauritius." And I quote, "Now on the eve of the case being heard in London, the ICAC has switched sides from prosecuting to defending Jagnnath. And this is not the first time that the MSM has attempted to squash a case in this way. And when it comes to Medpoint, it's only the latest in a long line of attempts made by the current government to bury the case. Those were the days, and these days are over, Madam Speaker. We had to deal with a political party in power which had links with the mafia. And let me remind the House of the Angus Road saga. And this is what Mrs. Pryor wrote in l'Express on the 29th of November 2020. And she said it without fear. And she had the guts to say it in the face of adversity. And she said it, and I quote, "This saga started as a sale of property where the source of funds and the mode of payment raised a number of legal questions. It then took on a political dimension when it transpired that Pravin Jagnnath, who currently holds the office of Prime Minister in an election being challenged at the Supreme Court, had been and is being invested by the Independent Commission Against Corruption in connection with the purchase of property and possibly also for unlawful cash payments under the Financial Intelligence Anti-Money Laundering Act. Ironically, this piece of legislation was enacted when he was minister. And when confronted in Parliament, we put several questions to him. I did when I was leader of the opposition, but he chose to run away and he chose not to reply. When confronted, he sought to hide behind an alleged ICAC inquiry to refuse to answer to parliamentary questions. Subsequently, it emerged that only a few weeks after taking office in December 2014, the MSM government cancelled a request for information on this matter from the UK's Serious Fraud Office under the Mutual Legal Assistance Scheme. The saga continued with disclosure about investigation being supposedly concluded not once, but twice already in the past for lack of evidence. Nothing says the case cannot be reopened. It has to be reopened in the name of justice. And we have to do it as a responsible government. We cannot allow those who have links with the mafia to get away with murder, with corrupt practices, Madam Speaker. As information trickles down, far from clarifying the issues, it also deepens the legal and political imbroglio. There are now far more questions that the Prime Minister, former Attorney General Ravi Yerigadu, and the ICAC have to answer in the public interest. The pack and blister scandal, the sale of planes of Air Mauritius, of financial crime with huge payments made in all opacity. And the MSM regime in power never had the will and determination to wage war on illicit activities. It was party to it. should I highlight the connection with Franklin, Madam Speaker? Illicit drugs, especially synthetic drugs, are cheap. But did they have the courage to wage war on drugs? No, they were lenient. And should I say, there was, Madam Speaker, they had connection with the mafia, Madam Speaker. The digital age has revolutionized drug trafficking, has revolutionized human trafficking, money laundering, illicit trading in firearms, trafficking of wildlife and natural resources against the CITES, Convention of International Trade against Endangered Species. It is the fourth largest transnational crime activity of drugs, counterfeit and human trafficking. And the CP with his team is expected, and rightly so, to break the vicious circle, and war on drugs and the parents is a national and transnational war. As to transnational crimes, they have too often escaped us, but we are saying, time to put an end to this, because we are going to come up with a team which can deliver, and we are going to enlist the services of experts to wage war on transnational crime. Because it is an organized crime, it is a multi-billion industry that operates across borders, exploiting vulnerable persons and undermining global security. In Africa alone, it accounts for 4% of the continent's GDP, over more than $90 billion US. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, we cannot comment on ongoing cases before the Supreme Court. But it's good to find out how many ministers of the previous regime had acquired properties built by Mami Madam Speaker. We need to find out. And they have acquired properties built by the person who is under question, Madam Speaker, by the Financial Crime Commission. We have to find out to bend the rules and bend backwards for a few dollars more to allow the likes of Sobrino to wash, rinse, dry, and spin dry their money. He was given a certificate of good character and a banking license by Financial Services Commission, bypassing the Bank of Mauritius. All these cases have transnational implications. As a low-tax jurisdiction, Prime Minister is sending strong signals that the police force would not retreat nor surrender on complex criminal cases. The file will not be closed. Notwithstanding the diligence of the Financial Crime Commission, new legislation will be introduced to set up the National Crime Agency with highly specialized officer to head the agency. And I've been told that he probably will be recruited from Scotland Yard. Our anti-money laundering program, and in line with our legal and regulatory obligation, I must say, is robust. And an unexplained wealth order and interim freezing order are well entrenched in our legislation. The amendment to Section 22 of the Principal Act gives unfettered power to the Commissioner of Police unless it has been highlighted and reinforced by all those who have intervened, to enlist the services of experts in criminal investigations. As has been stated, let us say it again, with no power to prosecute. The specialized sleuth who will use data and latest technology, as Prime Minister stated, to unravel mysterious crime. They will collect sufficient evidence for the suspect to be indicted before the court. May I remind the House that on the 21st of February 1998, Prime Minister appointed a senior police officer from UK to study reform of our police force, the famous Constable Shatter. And when we did so, some of us were sneering, some people outside were sneering. But Prime Minister was right to enlist the services of an expert to revamp our police force, to inculcate new values, to reinforce the relevance and importance of being sincere to the police force and to deliver and to be able in relation to in relation to work which is being entrusted to the police force. A memorandum of understanding was signed on Friday the 30th, 2011, in the Council and Senate room of the University in the presence of Deputy Commissioner of Police. Because our objective, as was highlighted by Professor Norsingen, Honourable Professor Norsingen, is that we need to look at capacity building. We have to make sure that our police force is a police force which is constantly being updated with constant breakthrough in technology. And funding was released by government, by the Office of the Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Home Affairs and External Communication. Yes, it was thanks to us, under the leadership of Prime Minister Nabil Ramgoolam, that University of Mauritius ran courses for police officers, including BSc, Honours, Police Studies, and various continuous education, and tailor-made programs such as Diploma in Police Studies. Madam Speaker, as I've stated, this legislation is an act of faith, of commitment from a government which believes in separation of power. The amendment to the Police Act empowers the Commissioner of Police to retain the services as and when required of foreign specialized investigative officer to carry out serious, complex criminal inquiries under his control. We have given a commitment to this House, and I firmly believe, and I know the public has placed trust in us. A year since, we have this absolute trust from the public. And we are here to live up to the expectation of the public. We are here to live up to the expectation. We have a moral responsibility to act, and to act without fear or prejudice. This is the trust that the public has confided in us, and we have to live up to the trust confided in us by the public, and we are here for the public because we have to live up to their expectation. Thank you very much.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wish first of all to thank all the honourable members who took part. Again, such an important piece of legislation, opposition is absent. As we reach the conclusion of the debate, I wish to say, Madam Speaker, that this has been a golden opportunity for them to participate, because this is a bill that will transform the piece of legislation will transform the whole, because this is part of a bigger picture. We have said that the challenges we face today is not the same challenges that we faced at the time of independence or in 1974, which the Police Act was dealing with at the time. We have challenges which is beyond our borders. We have to have a police force which is equipped, which is trained, which is equipped, and which also will not allow corruption to come in, that they have to do their job, what they're paid to do. This is what we're doing. We have to move with the times. You know, we in this fast evolving world and improvement in technology, it is important that we seek expertise of those who have acquired that expertise over a long time. I gave the example early on of this mobile phone. This cannot be done in Mauritius at this time. Cannot be done. But it will be done once we put in place everything of the Matter that we are talking about. I wish to reassure the House that the reforms are being pursued thoroughly, but within the police force. But not only in structure and operations, also at the level of recruitment you will see changes. We want to have the best people. Now we want people who are motivated to become policemen and policewomen. This recruitment policy itself is being reviewed. And this enlistment of foreign experts is not a reflection on our capacity of our officers. They haven't had the training. They have no knowledge. We have to have this capacity building. That is why we said we want to have foreign experts, including Commonwealth experts. And we will train our own people. We have some very able police officers in our police force. but they haven't had the training that they should have had. We've seen very often, you've seen in the past, big fla on the papers, somebody is arrested, and then nothing. This is what we want to change, Madam Speaker. We have to move with the times. As I said, it is part of a bigger picture. We are bringing the National Crime Agency Bill. This will be a total change in Mauritius. Total change. It will transform the police force. And with the support of these foreign experts, we will be able to do what we have not been able to do so far. We have many examples. I've given the example of, because it's the latest case of Kisnet, where here the police, experts and everything had a look, and they decided it was a suicide case. But how is it now that we know it was murder? It was actually murder. I know the judicial inquiry done by this very able magistrate, the report hasn't been published, but we had bits and pieces in the press. And what she says in it is exactly what I'm saying. The incompetency level, probably deliberate, because you know with the MSM it's always covering up. We've seen when the minister went to depone, you had snipers on the roofs. And but all this will change. As I said, this is part of the bigger change that is coming. And what I'm saying is that I'm confident with the changes that we will bring, the people of this country will get results, and results on time, not delay, but results and concrete results, and justice will prevail. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, you have to commend the bill once more to the House.
I commend the bill to the House. I move that the police amendment bill be read the third time and passed. No, it's too late to say
not
that.
yet, not yet. I'm sorry. So you commend the bill again to the House, and you second the motion. The question is that the police amendment bill number 27 of 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Committee stage.
Now we have committee stage.
Sorry. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, section 22 of Principal Act amended.
Question is that clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
Question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Police Amendment Bill number 27 of 2025 has passed without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. You may resume your seats. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Police Amendment Bill number 27 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Third reading.
I beg to move that the Police Amendment Bill number 27 of 2025 be read the third time and passed.
The motion, of course, is seconded. The question is that the Police Amendment Bill be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister, adjournment of the House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 25th of November at 11:30.
Okay, the question is that the House be adjourned to Tuesday, the 25th of November at 11:30. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned. I have two members who want to make adjournment motions. Mr. Ramkalawan? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, my request is addressed to the Minister of Transport. I am speaking on behalf of the residents of Queen Victoria of my constituency to bring your attention to a critical issue affecting the daily lives of these people, which is the severe lack of adequate public transport, especially after 5 p.m. Inhabitants have to walk back around 3 to 4 kilometers home from flat. This issue has affected many students, especially during the exams. Therefore, I make an urgent appeal once more to the Minister to take immediate actions. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Yes, okay. The matter was raised before. I'll ask the Commissioner of the National Land Transport Authority, Mr. Nabil Bakas, to look into the problem.
Thank you. Ms. Manon?
So I would like to bring to the attention of Honourable Minister of Agro-Industry with regards to the breakdown of the vessel Perros-Banos, that certainly this will once again cause major shortages in Rodrigues, given that Mauritius Trokecha can serve as a replacement, but with 100 fewer containers. Could the Honourable Minister kindly see that measures are considered at the earliest to address this situation to prevent the recurrent shortages that unfortunately we faced each end of year? Thank you.
I thank the Honourable distinguished lady who gave me advance notice.
The distinguished lady is an honourable member.
She's a honourable, I said honourable
Yes,
member.
okay.
And I said I'd reinforce it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Don't get angry, Doctor.
And following which, I raised the issue with my senior chief executive, and a meeting was held at the ministry. The engineer of the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited and the director of shipping were in attendance. The matter was raised, flagged, and many of the issues and your concern have been addressed. Of course, there's still some room for improvement. But what I will do, I will give you the outcome and the minutes, the outcome of the meeting. The minutes are there, so I will convey them to you. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Amir?
Thank you. My question is addressed to the Honourable Minister of Public Infrastructure, to whom I have given advance notice earlier on. It's a question of, we are coming to the forthcoming rainy seasons, and I would ask him if he could liaise with the relevant authorities so that dredging works could be entertained along Ruisseau-du-Pouce and Rivulet Pie, which are the sites of over-flooding and cause total disharm to the people who live around there, and they are much concerned at the moment what would be done, as since for a year, virtually, unfortunately, no works have been done. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. So concerning the Ruisseau-du-Pouce, for the upgrading, we have already a consultant, Lux Consult Limited, which is doing the preliminary design report and which is being reviewed by the consultant after obtaining views from the LDA. In the meantime, the Municipal Council has been asked to do the dredging, cleaning and desilting of all the rivers.
Yes, yes, Mr. Bichuk.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. My request is addressed to the Honourable Minister of Fisheries. Following my question to Honourable Bagwan with regards to pollution and the impact to the economic activities of the fishermen of Poste du Flac and Poste Lafayette, may I request the Minister to please set up an appointment, if possible, to have an appointment with the representatives of the fishermen to look into the matter.
Honourable Member should know that I always entertain his legitimate requests. A meeting can easily be fixed and will meet those who feel aggrieved. Okay? With pleasure.
Thank you, Minister. Anyone? Yes? Very good. Thank you very much. House is adjourned.